Yeah, we are live tonight, UK, the 15th of December 2017. And tonight we have some lovely people on our panel. We have FPV UK, we have the lovely Santos Bonacci from Australia, and we have the lovely Bro Sanchez from America. Hello.
Hello, Karen and panel.
Hello.
And people in chat.
Hello, everybody. Glad to be here. How you guys doing?
Hey. So, first of all, Bro, how's things with you?
Sorry about the delay. Everything's good on my end. I actually just been under a rock working on a new presentation that I got coming called The Ripple Effect.
Cool. And we've just had Flat Trotters join us. Hello, Flat Trotters. He's from America.
Hey, Trotter.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
Hey, everybody. What up, Bro Sanchez?
Hey, what's good,
Santos?
man? Good to meet you.
Everybody good? Right on.
Yeah, I'm
Like to hear
still.
you guys chop it up today, man. You guys are always going good, and I like to hear what you guys got to say today.
Yeah, Santos has got something to tell us, so we may as well just go over to Santos. He's got something he wants to share to Bro, to everyone, and to FPV.
Are we live yet, guys, or did you go live
All
yet?
of us. Live.
Yeah, we're live, Trotter.
Oh, okay. All right. Cheers to everybody in the chat.
Oh, thank you, darling. Santos, are you ready?
Yep, pretty much. So, thanks for having me once again. Thanks, Bro, for joining in FPV. I think what I'm going to share today will tie up last week's hangout really nicely. Okay, so we learnt a lot about art. We learnt about Atum, and because we understand syncretism and syncretists, well, we do well when we see the interrelatedness of all the things we're talking about, rather than the separation. So I believe today I have some great things from Walter Russell to share about energy and light and how it works, and from the Neoplatonists.
Hey, Santos, I really don't mean to interrupt you, especially with us just starting, but I just went live on my end. Could you kind of do that before you begin? Summarize it one more time from my side. And Karen, could you just tell them hello one time? I'm gonna click live. They're not in the building yet. I just hit start streaming now.
Can I just mention, guys, there's a bit of an echo, so when we start, can everyone mute, please?
Yeah, there's a little bit of an echo, there was. But anyway, good evening, everybody. I say it again, as Bro Sanchez has gone live. This is the 15th of the 12th, 2017, with Bro Sanchez and Santos Bonacci. And we were just getting around to Bro telling us what he'd been doing.
I'm sorry.
I think the echo's coming from you, Bro.
Yeah, the doggone latency is horrible. Yes, yeah, I've been working on an awesome presentation, The Ripple Effect, which is going to be the beginning of her story to his story. There's going to be a lot of videos in a series, very interesting. So that's pretty much what I've been doing.
Thanks for that. So we're going to go over to Santos, because Santos wants to tell us something. Is it okay if you mute then? Do with a bit of yeah, sorry about that. There you go, Santos, the floor is all yours.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Karen, for all the great work you're doing. Thanks, all the good listeners, Bro Sanchez, FPV, and a lot of the other guys that are regulars. It's great doing this hangout. Today, well, I guess I can kick it off. I've got a few things to present from Walter Russell, of course, who I have been promoting and sharing for many, many years now, at least 10 years. So where did I put that book? Oh, well, it's around. I'll find that. And from the Neoplatonists. I've got two sources for today's great wisdom, which will tie in the wonderful work on Ma'at that was done last week by Bro Sanchez, and my addition to that with Atum. So I'm going to link up Atum with Ma'at. They are one and the same. So today's show is Atum and Ma'at, the boy and the girl, and the Patrix and the Matrix. Actually, we should say the Matrix and the Patrix. Put the Matrix first. So we're going to learn what really the Matrix is and what really and truly the Patrix is. There are two systems and they work together. The God, the divine couple, are in fact a divine couple. It is Radha Krishna, or any other name you want to give it. My favorite is Radha Krishna. Radha is radiation, magnetism. So I love going to the root sources, the root names. They're unadulterated and they carry the true meaning of their significance. So what I want to do is I want to read out of Macrobius, who is one of the great Neoplatonists of the 4th century. So my favorite are Sallustius, Iamblichus, and Macrobius. Now, Macrobius, and Porphyry, of course, they all lived around the same time, same century. And this is just around the time when Constantine was making Christianity the official state religion, because Neoplatonism, of course, Plato and Pythagoras lived 1,000 years prior to this time, and teaching great wisdom from the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Indians, because these guys traveled all around the world. They went to India, they went to Egypt, and they brought the best of the best sacred science back to Greece. Because as the Egyptians said, the Greeks are only children in comparison to us. They are the children of spiritual science. But the Greeks and the Romans, especially these guys, the Platonists, the Hermetists, and the Syncretists, actually they were called eclectics. But in the Renaissance, Marsilio Ficino and Pico called themselves syncretists. And they called these guys the fathers of syncretism, the original syncretists. So we're going to read a bit from here. I'll only need a half an hour. I've got everything on the board. I've got my books, and I've got some PowerPoint presentations. And I've also got a model of what I'm going to be showing. This is the model. These are 4 mathematical bodies, mathematical squares at right angles to each other, which make 12. So 12 planes, and this is how all energy is bounded. All atoms, all universes, all bodies are bounded by this matrix patrix. This is the matrix patrix right here. So a little bit of reading from here, a little bit of Walter Russell. Here we are. So we're going to show this. Actually comes from Walter Russell's book. So all the students of Walter Russell will know where this comes from. And it also comes from the Neoplatonists and atomic theory. So let's have a look at that then. So what we have is odd numbers and even numbers in the universe. Eve, our mother who art in heaven, Ma'at, she is responsible for this matrix. The 1, which becomes 2, which becomes 4, which becomes 8, and which reduces back to 1 again. So let's start by reading about Atum and what Atum says. Just one sentence. And this is from the some papyri that they found. Let's have a look. Anyway, it'll come. This is what Atum says. Atum is atom, okay? Sound, light, energy, etc. I'm the one that transforms into 2. I am 2 that transforms into 4. I'm 4 that transforms into 8. After this, I am 1. So this is the Petamon papyri in the Cairo Museum. Okay, so let's leave that. That's Atum. That's what Atum says. Now, as I've shown in my presentations, all words must be mirrored. You must be able to see the lexicograms, the anagrams that are contained in words. You know, some of them are so easy, aren't they? You know, you must eat your tea. Yeah. The word of God is a two-edged sword. Laughter and slaughter. Okay, this is the this is the beautiful English language. So you see what's going on with languages when you open your eyes. So atum or atom, atom, amun, doesn't matter. Amun is backwards for numerology, and atum is etymology, etymology. It's all words and numbers. There are 9 numbers, hence when atum says, I'm the one that becomes 2, after which I become 4, after which I become 8, well, that's simple. It's the cube, okay? And that is the 8, okay? It has 8 sides, 8 points, which you can't see in this because it's not a proper cube. But if I did do a cube, you would see the 8 points, and then you would see the 6 faces. So what we see is that at the center of every cube is the God point, the 0 point. And we'll see that with Walter Russell in a minute. So that 0 point can only go in 6 directions to create solidity, a solid body. Because God doesn't have a solid body, because God is the 1. You see? 2 doesn't make a solid body. 3 cannot make a solid body. 4 can make a mathematical body as a square, but it cannot make a solid body. It's not solid. So, but 4 can make a triangle, a tetrahedron. And we know that that is one of the sacred geometric forms. So 4 is solidity, yes, but not in a square. So what happens is God has 6 directions to go to. He's got width, he's got breadth, and he's got, we should have put that, height, and he's got depth. So that's Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. That's the 7 musical notes, the 7 colors of the rainbow. Everything's in this septenary form, which is actually resolves to an octave. But before we go to the octave, we have to see that in the center here is the 1, and then we have the 6, which gives us the 7. That's where the holy number 7 comes from. Okay, but see, once you now bound this and join the lines, you have your 6 faces of the die, but you have your 8 points. So that's Atum. And this is the matrix which is centered in even numbers. Number 2, because 2 is the first number. 1 is the source of all numbers. And so the second number is 3, and it's masculine. Odd. Adam, Eve, even. So her matrix gives us the Kaaba of the Muslims, the Kaaba, cube. Cube is Kaaba. Okay? Kabbalah, it's all about the cube. Because the cube is in counter space. You'll never see this cube. This you'll never see. But you'll see the torus field that is nested inside it. And the Merkaba. And, well, this is Metatron's cube, okay? So Leonardo Bonacci, or Fibonacci, 800 years ago, it is said, discovered Metatron's cube, or at least that's what he called it. And the partner of the Metatron's cube, which is Moses, is the Matrona. And that is the cube that comes from the 3. So when you, to get this cube here, you have to do 2 times 2 times 2. 2 times 2 is 4. But 2 times 2 times 2 gives you 8. 3 times 3 times 3 gives you 27. And this is the number of all alphabets. See, when you get your cube, solid body, and you consider the point in the middle, that makes 9. They're all the numbers of the universe, 9 numbers. The letters are 27, which are 3 times 3 times 3. And this is the patrix, the paternal form, which is embedded in this. They are the same thing. In this, you'll find 3 times 3 times 3 and 2 times 2 times 2. You'll find the 9 and you'll find the 27, as we will see. And you can expand this. 4 times 4 is 16. Well, there's the Mahamantra, the 16 petals of the throat chakra, where you sing Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. 16 words. Sweet 16. And that expands to 64. And that's your I Ching, your Freemasonic checkerboard, your DNA codons. This is the Rubik's Cube. So take a look at the Rubik's Cube, folks, and you'll notice that it consists of 64 faces and 27 cubes. And this is the structure of the patrix. The matrix is the 9, the 8. So let's have a read of that and learn about this. So what we have is Atum is only math. Atum means sound, tom-tom. It's all sounds, yeah? So mouth backwards is Atum, just as your tongue is T-O-N, aton. You speak with your tongue, your mouth, and you have other things like your teeth, den, aden, okay? Because these are all producing tom, tum, sounds. Okay? Mouth, mother, same word, motor, motor, motion, she moves. Mag in Sanskrit means to move. Mary Magdalene, it's our mother who art in heaven, the magnetic matrix, who works with the dielectric matrix. Okay? You see, we call, when we combine letters with numbers, A equals 1, B's 2, C's 3, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. We call this G or J, matria. You see that word is matria, our mother. Mat. In Italian, patria, la patria, is your homeland. Yeah. The patriotic. Yeah. Well, anyway, so matria is the matrix, our mother. Matrix. Okay. So this here is explained in the flower of life. When you get one circle and surround it with 6 circles, you get, see, that's the root for Leonardo Pisano or Leonardo Bonacci's Metatron's cube. I hope you're looking it up on in your browser, because it contains all the Platonic solids in it, Metatron's cube. So what we're going to find that this cube is actually in counter space. It's not spatial. So every atom is bounded by this. Every cosmos, every torus field, every torso. You're not going to see it, but as you move, you're the torso, the torus inside of this, and these counter-spatial points are going everywhere with you. And as someone else comes to shake your hand, his Merkaba vehicle is coming in with yours. You're mixing flavors, you're mixing consciousness. And this is called, in Greek, it's called, I forget the word right now, but when you go to a being of higher consciousness, you are actually acquiring a portion of their consciousness. They gift you. You get it if you are worthy. When you hang around with drunkards and prostitutes and fornicators, you also get defiled. So you have to watch your company, okay? This vehicle, this is the tesseract, the hypercube. It's a hypercube. Okay, it's 4-dimensional. All right, and everything else is inside of this. This is the superstructure of all organisms. Every cell, doesn't matter what you point to, it is bounded by this. That's at least if we subscribe to the teachings of the greats like Walter Russell and Macrobius and all the Neoplatonists, okay? So what we have, look at this word, meat, flesh. Ma'at is meat. All of her children have meat sticks. Motor, motion, matter. Most important word is math and mouth, to derive from atum, folks. So before we go on, we're going to see how all of these numbers, and by the way, when you see that the Freemasons, they go outside of this trinity. They work outside of this this natural matrix, and they go straight to this. This is their number, 4, because it's a polarized 2. In Japan, shi means death, 4. Your 4 limbs, they represent the tomb of your anatomy, which is the baptism of death. So they go straight to this, guys, because 64 reduces to 1. Okay? And this is how they attain their ends, by using these powerful numbers. 4, 16, which reduces to 7. So they're using 4, 7, and 1. Now, when you understand your numbers, you've got to have a 1. When you have a 1, see, these two trinities are founded in 1, as you'll see. So let's start by reading Macrobius. I've got about 10 minutes to read. I hope I don't get distracted as I normally do on a tangent and diverge, because I'd rather have the full reading and then go back and make comments, because this is very, very important. Now, Macrobius here is making a commentary. It's the commentary on the dream of Scipio, if you're Italian. Scipio for anyone else. The dream of Scipio. properly pronounced Scipio. Now, who was Scipio? Well, he's the guy who supposedly defeated Hannibal. Hannibal just about conquered Rome and defeated Rome. He was a Carthaginian living in Spain, and he went across the Alps with his elephants, with his general Fabian and all of these very, very famous individuals. And he went to Rome for about 16 years. He was on the peninsula of Italy, waiting to pounce on Rome and to destroy it. But finally he was betrayed. Took him 16 years, and they defeated Hannibal, and Scipio was the guy who gets the credit for it, okay? And saved Rome, and hence helped humanity to stay in slavery up until today. So was he a good guy or was he a bad guy? Well, he had a dream, okay? And this is the commentary on Scipio's dream, because Scipio's dream is none other than Platonic wisdom. And it's the dream that we all have. How souls come here and how souls return, and what is responsible for keeping souls in their form, okay? And it's God who is in the center of this cube and centering this cube in counter space and keeping us alive. So here we go. Now, when Plato, so in chapter 2 on Macrobius's commentary, toward the end there, this is what he says. Now, when Plato, guided by Pythagoras's revelation and drawing upon the godlike power of his extraordinary genius, had recognized that no union could be lasting except one based on those numbers, he constructed his world soul by interweaving them, imitating the ineffable wisdom of the divine creator. If we digress here in order to explain how the world soul was constructed, it will be a great help in understanding Cicero's words, which seem to obscure the subject of music. But in order that what is offered in explanation of something else may not itself be considered puzzling, a few statements must be made to simplify the understanding of both at the same time. All solids have 3 dimensions: length, breadth, and thickness. Geometricians propose other bodies for their own use, which they call mathematical bodies. In the realm of thought and not of the senses, they say that a point is an indivisible body which lacks length, breadth, and thickness, since it cannot be divided. The extension of it produces a line which is a body of 1 dimension. It is long without being broad or thick, and is bounded by 2 points at either extremity, which confine only length. If a second line is drawn, another mathematical body will result, thought of as 2-dimensional, having length and breadth but lacking thickness. This they call a surface. It is bounded by 4 points, 2 for each line. If these 2 lines are duplicated and 2 others are put directly over them, thickness is added, and hence a solid body is formed, which of course is bounded by 8 points. So you see, the 1 becomes the 2, becomes the 4, becomes 6 really, okay, because there are 6 directions, but they are the 6 faces of the cube, which generate 8 points. So the cube is definitely an 8-fold creature, okay? Sorry, I digress. The first number, okay, let's not jump ahead. So 8 points. As we see in the case of the die, which the Greeks call the kubos. I better write that, guys. Yeah, Kabbalah, Marhaba, cavallo, which is the word for horse, believe it or not. Horse is an anagram for Horus. This is the science of Horus, of cubes. If you don't understand the cube, you don't understand counter space. If you don't understand counter space, you'll never understand space. To these geometrical steps, numbers are applied. The monad represents the point because, like the point, which is not a body, but which produces bodies from itself, the monad is said not to be a number, but the source of numbers. The first number, therefore, is 2, which is like the line protracted from the point by giving it 2 termini. The number 2 doubled gives 4, representing the mathematical body, which is limited by 4 points, having length and breadth. 4 doubled gives 8, the number representing a solid body. To repeat what was previously stated, that 2 lines placed above 2 others and limited by 8 points produce the solid body. This explains why geometricians speak of 2 times 2 times 2 as a solid body. Thus, with even numbers, progression up to 8 represents a solid body. And on this account, Cicero attributed fullness to this number in particular. We must now examine the uneven numbers to see how the same thing is accomplished with them. Since the monad is the source of even and uneven numbers, the number 3 should be considered the first line. So we consider the number 3 the first line. And what we're going to do is this. We go over to that cube over there, but we do it over here, guys. And we go 1, 2, 3. So now what we've done is we've got a cube. So we've got our good little old cube here. And we've got, what we're going to do now is we're just going to put a dot in the middle of every line we see. And then we're going to join them up. And we're going to put dots there, and then we're going to do this. And what we got there now is 3 times 3 times 3. There are 27 points now, including the center. 26. Yeah, remember 26? God in Gematria comes to 26. Jehovah, Yod He Vah, comes to 26. Aleph, the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, Yod, 2 Yods and a Vav, come to 26. The 27th letter is always silent, as in the runes. There are 26 runes, yeah? And then there's the Inguz rune. English has 26 letters, then it has the silent ampersand. Yeah, the 27th letter of the English alphabet. Oh, done that wrong. Did that wrong. Anyway, you know, the thingy we do for the and, right? Well, that's God in the center of all cubes, folks. Whether it's the 2 times 2 times 2, feminine, atom, mat, the matrix, the matter, the meat, the math of the universe, because 9 is the only numbers we got. There's only 9 numbers, and there are only 27 letters. No more, no less, because the letters express themselves in the patrix times 3, as we will see. And I've proven already beyond, I don't need to do it today. I'm just refreshing stuff that I've already put out, okay? I'm just putting it in a more succinct form. So, proceeding along. The science of the cubes, huh? We're Kabbalists, whether we like it or not. Since the monad is the source of even and uneven numbers alike, the number 3 should be considered the first line. This tripled gives 9, which from its 2 lines, as it were, produces a body with length and breadth, as was the case with the number 4 and the second of the even numbers. In the same way, 9 tripled supplies the 3rd dimension. Thus, with uneven numbers, a solid body is formed in 27. 27 is a perfect number, guys. It has 9 triads in it. 9 is 3 times 3 times 3. 27 is 3 times 3 times 3 times. And so you've got the 9. And when you look at these, guys, you'll notice that the numbers keep recurring. Look at the 5. 5 times 5 times 5. Look at this holy number, 125. How about this one? 6 times 6, 36. 360 degrees. When you times it again, you get 216, which is double 108, which is a processional number. You see, academics, mainstream scientists, they'll say, oh, 72, 108, 36, these are all processional numbers. Well, they're also here. They're all in these magic cubes. These are called magic cubes. So let me just read a little bit more and then we're done. Okay, then we go over to Walter Russell. 3 times 3 times 3, just as when even numbers 8 or 2 times 2 times 2 made a solid body. In either case, the monad is necessary to produce a solid body. In addition to the other 6 numbers, 3 even and 3 uneven, 2, 4, and 8 being the even numbers, and 3, 9, and 27 the uneven. Plato's Timaeus, in disclosing the divine plan in the creation of the world's soul, said that the soul was interwoven with those numbers, odd or even, which produce a cube or solid. In order to be able to penetrate the world's soul, not meaning that by this that the soul was at all corporeal, rather, in order to be able to penetrate the whole world with its animating power and fill the solid body of the universe, the soul was constructed from the numbers denoting solidity. Since the uneven numbers were considered masculine and the even feminine, God willed that the soul which was to give birth to the universe should be born from the even and uneven, that is, from the male and female, and that since the soul was destined to penetrate the solid universe, it should attain to those numbers representing solidity in either series. Now, and then the soul had to be a combination of those numbers that alone possess mutual attraction, since the soul itself was to instill harmonious agreement in the whole world. Now 2 is double 1, and as we have already explained, the octave arises from the double 3, which is 1/2 times greater than 2. Anyway, I'll just miss all that bit because he goes into the ratios, and the ratios that he goes into between the numbers. If you are a musician and you know your thirds, your fifths, your octaves, your super octaves, etc., well, they all come from numbers. And the ratios, the ratio of 2 to 1, the ratio of 3 to 2, and they have special names. Thus, the world's soul, which stirred the body of the universe to the motion that we now witness, must have been interwoven with those numbers which produce musical harmony in order to make harmonious the sounds which it instilled by its quickening impulse. It discovered the source of these sounds in the fabric of its own composition. Plato reports, as we have previously stated, that the divine creator of the soul, after weaving it from unequal numbers, filled the intervals between them with sesquilters, sesquitertions, well, those are thirds and fifths. If you're a musician, you know what they are. Superoctaves and semitones. So you've got tones, semitones, superoctaves, sesquilters, and sesquitertions. You'll have to look these words up, guys, if you're not musicians. In the following passage, Cicero shows very skillfully the profundity of Plato's doctrine. What is this great and pleasing sound that fills my ears? Of course, they called it the harmony of the spheres, not balls floating. Plato and Pythagoras were not globalists, guys. Please don't listen to the BS that they say that the original globalists were Plato and Pythagoras. Pythagoras never wrote anything, so you don't know what he believed, okay? You only know through Ovid, through Plato, through Macrobius what he believed, because he was not a writer, okay? So the people who think they know what Pythagoras says are deluded, and most of them are meat eaters. Remember, the first vegetarians were called Pythagoreans for 2,000 years, okay? Until veganism turned up. And then we just didn't call a vegetarian a Pythagorean anymore. We called them what nature calls them, vegetarians, okay? These were the first vegetarians because they went to India, which was vegetarian. They didn't eat no pig's bums. They didn't eat cow's bum, called rump steak, on your menu, which properly should be called dead cow's bum, okay? Cuisine's just another satanic word for how to defile and pollute your body with unnatural defilements, okay? Cuisine. It's one of the nastiest words you'll get. Okay, so vegetarianism, folks, this is the science, the true science, okay? So these guys didn't subscribe to no spinning ball, okay? When Plato says the music of the spheres, because Venus is a sphere in the sense that she has her sphere of influence and her sound, her key signature frequency, okay? So, of course, all the wise ones on this hangout will not need the extra notes there, but you never know. There might be someone who still might think they are a Platonist and they're meat eaters, and they are not. Totally, immediately extinguished and disqualified from being a Pythagorean, okay? You live the Pythagorean life. You don't talk about it. You live it and breathe it. So what are these intervals? Well, these intervals are what you get in guitar music. So you have a note. Okay, so there's a note. Okay, here's a third. That's a fifth, rather. Thirds are these. Two notes. Of course, the guitar has the warmest harmonies, bar none, of any other instruments. That's why it's called a guitar. T-A-R means tor. Talk, tar, same word. Zitar, all the tar instruments come from torus fields. They make sound. See, now that's a chord. It's not a harmony. It's harmonizing, but it's not a harmony. Harmony is two notes, and that's what they're saying. The universe is made of these harmonies. Those are fifths. Different to thirds. I'll do the thirds again. Okay, so what are they? Well, an octave is 8 notes. Okay, now the first one is the first tonic note. Okay, so if you go to the 8th, you can hear those. That's two A's. In between, there are 7 notes. One is called a third. So if you go up to the third, 1, 2, 3, that's a third. When you play those together, they are harmonious. That's out of tune. Okay, there's a harmony. Okay, a fifth. So climb up to 3, 4, 5. Those two notes sound good together. That's a fifth. Third. Okay, so that's what Macrobius is saying, and they are produced from this. Remember, that's the monad, and as he goes out to give us breadth, long height, and width, he is enabling our body through the sound that this produces to walk about and do things. So everywhere we go, this cube in counter space, this cover, comes with us. Okay, so I just want to tie up Macrobius just quickly before we go further. Okay. Now I think I'm done. We'll leave Macrobius for now. Okay, Walter Russell, The Secret of Light. Now, I always love to show people this. His graphics are the best. Even though he was a Globie, he was right on the money with everything. Everything. The wave. In the wave lies the secret of creation. Well, that's the sine wave I do in every one of my presentations, guys. Starts in Aries, finishes in Pisces. In the wave lies the secret of creation. Please don't take that lightly. Please meditate on that sentence. And when you do, you'll come to all of this. Okay, so here we have, I'm going to start in the chapter of Walter Russell toward the end here of this beautiful book called The Magnetic Electric Universe. Okay, what's that mean? We talk about electromagnetism. Well, it exists. It's the wave. It's redshift, blue shift. It's the transverse wave. But the mother of that wave is the longitudinal pulse. Okay? And that is magnetodielectricity. Ken Wheeler, Tesla speak about this. Okay? The conventional mainstream science does not. They speak about electromagnetism conveniently because they can charge you for that transverse wave. They generate it, they charge you for it. You pay for it. Longitudinal, standing wave, scalar wave, 0-point tachyon, orgone energy, implosion energy. They don't want you to know about that. That's magnetodielectricity, the longitudinal pulse. Okay? Rarefactions and compressions. So what we have here, we see Walter Russell starts here with the wave. That's the wave you'll see in all my presentations. There's Aries. That's the equator. Top is the Tropic of Cancer. Bottom is the Tropic of Capricorn. All waves have this. Thought waves, emotion waves, doesn't matter which wave. Go to the ocean. You see any ripple, anywhere, anytime. Starts with a pulse. Waves out. Starts in Aries. Finishes in Pisces. Okay, and is interlaced and interwoven with trillions of other harmonic waves that come in and nest and flow in and out of that main wave called the tonic tone. Okay, and they are fifths and thirds, like I showed you on the guitar. Okay, they're subtones, supertones. Okay, when this wave radiates radially from that ripple in the center, okay, it creates that. It is bounded by this. This is what I have here. Okay, same thing, as you can see. Now, obviously, this is a 12ness. There's where your astrology comes from. We've already seen how it's a 6ness, an 8ness, and a 7ness. No brainer. I don't have to repeat that. But can you see the 12ness? Okay, this is what Walter Russell calls 3 reflecting planes of still magnetic light, which are at right angles to each other. 12. But the middle one makes 13. Okay? Now, if you look at it more, once you add the 1, 2, 3, 4, once you add the 6 other parts to make this a proper cube, what you'll get is this. I'll put this right up to the camera. Tell me when it's focused, guys.
Yeah, it's okay,
nice to see that.
Santos.
Great. What you'll see is 19, the number 19 there, guys. See 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the bottom. See that grey one there at the back? That's the 5th. Then you've got another 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 dots. I'll just leave that. You will see 19 dots. Okay? Very important that you focus on this image. You can even just go to Google Image. Walter Russell's images are all over the net. Okay? Well, that gives you the flower of life. 1 circle surrounded by 6 gives you 7. There's your 7. Then another 12 circles will perfectly sit around that. That's your 19. Okay? 1 and 9 resolve back to 1. This is the 1. This is how the 1 gets things done. Okay? This is the spheres inside of the cubes. Now, of course, Walter Russell didn't teach about dielectricity, which is what a lot of the other greats did. For some reason, he acknowledged magnetism, white light, still light, as the source of all light, which is not correct at all whatsoever. It is black light and white light. Dielectric resting black light and magnetic moving white light, rest and motion. So Walter Russell unfortunately believed that electricity is the only force of the universe, whereas magnetism is the only force of the universe, because magnetism generates her child electricity. Okay, so that's the only thing that the 2 things would be the globe model that he uses, which I'll show you how to correct simply, and the fact that he just didn't acknowledge black resting dielectric light, which is freaking astounding to me. Astounding, because it's in every science textbook. Black and white light, they are a partnership. It is God and Goddess. Okay, so here is another beautiful illustration to show how you get the 27. Now you see 27 points, 26 outside, and the center one is the 27th. And so what you've got here now is the cube of 8 and the cube of 27. So you see 8 really resolves to 9, duh, and 27, so 2 and 7 make 9. It's all about 9. So there are 9 numbers, and there are 3 sets of 9 letters. Abkadevki, Jekyll, Monop, Kristuvik says. Those are all sets of 9. Okay? Go to Sesame Street. Big Bird will teach you that. Those 26 letters are the spell, the good spell. That's what gospel means. God spell, good spell. If you know how to get good out of it. If you want that box to imprison you, no worries. If you're an ignoramus, you go to the Bible and read it, and you've got to go and kill Canaanites and hate Jebusites and everything like that and do it literally, good luck to you. Good luck on your ascension process. If you're wise and intelligent and you see totally the philosophy behind the words, you'll be liberated from this cover, okay? This cube or this curse. Same word. Here we have God expressing the soul, the God soul, the Paramatma. Here we have how energy from the center of the cube emanates outwardly and is bounded. These cubes, they don't change, they are set. There's trillions of them around your body. There's one main one that has you covered and controls the whole thing, and it moves with you wherever you go. That Merkaba, it's part of you. There's the sacred forms that fit inside this. Everything is nested inside this cube, guys. Everything. Ain't nothing outside of it. I just want to show a few more beautiful graphics, and then I'm done. There you go. That is it. There's the 13 and there's the 19. And the 27. Those are the sacred numbers, guys. And here is how the vortex occurs inside. See the mirrored planes? That's how vortexes occur inside them. This is how the wave comes out of the center. It comes out of the center and it repeats like this. Here is Walter Russell's beautiful model, and this is exactly how our universe is, except that ball in the middle should be, and he probably knows now, up in heaven where he is now, because he knows the truth, that should be a flat disc. Or who knows? We don't know, but that is the plane of inertia. That's the plane of inertia. Okay, and that's the Tauri, the Yggdrasil axis mundi tree in the center. Everything whirls, and as that stays still like a gyroscope, the firmament above us and hell below us, what they call hell just means under, infer, under. This is it. These are the vortexes. This is your Taurus, and vortex is vortex. Taurus is Jupiter, the producer of Taurus fields. Here he is. He's put a globe there. I bet he's going to regret that big time. Here we go. You see? They're nested in each other, these vortexes. Now, one more graphic. Probably the best one you'll ever see, these two. Meditate on these, guys. There's the 27 letters of creation. 9 numbers. Everything is here. This is how everything works. Nothing does not work like this. This is Jack in the box. Jack is the sun. He's in the box. Yeah? So when you ejaculate, you're letting Jack out of the box. And you're depleting your holy energy. That's Jack in the box, guys. And that's how he gets shit done. Spiraling. Spirit, spiral, inspire. That's the Holy Spirit. This holy spiral of God. Because these vortexes are spiraling, bounded by cubes. Okay? So, let's leave it at that for Walter Russell. We read from... okay. So, what I've done is I've made a little one to put inside the big one. And then once you start doing stuff like this, crazy stuff like this, you know, wrapping this box, closing this box up like this, you begin to see, I put those waves in correctly, guys. Look at the waves. That's 12 there. That is a 12ness, a 13ness, a 19ness, and an 18ness, of course, and then a 27ness. But it all goes back to 9. The feminine, Ma'at. That's Ma'at and her cube, guys. That's the mother who art in heaven. Why? Because you'll never see her. Because she's in counter space. Unless you understand her, you ain't never going to understand him. Because her gives you her heritage, and he gives you his story. Okay? So which one do you want to know? The father of 27 letters, or the mother of 9 letters? And so I would suggest to folks, what what's going on is that plane there is actually the Earth plane. See, this explains why many cosmologists say we live in a box. It's a cube. It's a pyramid, because the pyramid's inside here. The Merkaba is in here. The mandala is here. The tesseract is here. Duh, no-brainer. And so is the torus field. You saw Walter Russell's torus field, how it's nested in here. So there it is. There's Tom-Tom. The torus tesseract, the torus Merkaba, tesseract, mandala, cosmos, that all atoms are. They're all tom-toms. Okay, so I've got a bit more to go, but I just want to keep it. That was more than a half an hour. Someone jump in, and then I'll keep going because I've got a few bits for after.
Santos, I just wanted to say that Oliver Ludlow has joined the panel as well from Spain. Hello, Oliver.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Oliver.
Okay. Yeah, just wanted to say hi. I was listening to Santos.
Santos, Bro Sanchez here. Bro Sanchez, this is Oliver Ludlow from Spain.
Hey, how you doing, brother? Hey, how you doing? Good to meet you, man.
What's up, bro? All good?
So,
Are you from?
just asking, what did you think of that then? What Santos has just explained.
Well, very complex indeed. He knows a lot about numerology and all this. So, yeah, it's his
I'll
thing.
just add to that. Oh, sorry, Matt. Please carry on.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'll add to that. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Santos. That level plane, as above, so below. You know, I can see what's below. And that build you've just done there, it describes it perfectly. And if you remember the numbers from the sort of start of Peru mandala, Merkaba, you know, so yeah, it's definitely squaring. Cube in the Merkaba.
Thanks for that, FPV.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're there.
Okay. Okay, so I'm trying to pull up some stuff real quick. And I want to build, if it's my turn to have the floor, then I'll be glad to spend some time to share with y'all some of the things that
Thank you to
I've
Santos
discovered.
for explaining that's what it probably, you could see it in our, saying it, that's what it looks like.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
What he's explaining with the 19 dots, the Merkaba. That if that's how you could explain it, to see it, that's what it looks like.
I'm gonna ask him to show that again before I start, so I don't miss. Okay, yeah, I'm a little tired too, but I'm gonna press through it. I didn't get much sleep, but you know we're gonna go in still. But you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen now, and I guess I'll build on what Santos said if y'all don't mind. I got everything I need. Can you guys see my screen share?
Yes.
Yeah, all good, bro.
Okay. Yeah, I think what Santos was saying was interesting, and there's a lot of information there. It's just a couple of things when I was researching that I wanted to share with him that may be a little different. I was taking notes as you was going. Let me see what order I did. Okay, so here we go. you say that there are 9 numbers. I agree that there are 9 numbers, but there are 10 symbols. And I think that the reason we say there are 9 numbers is because we forget the 0, but the 0 is not a number. So I agree that there are only 9 numbers, meaning, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but 0 is that 10th unit. It's really the primordial source that we ignore, that we forget about, and it throws our whole numerology off. If we don't start our numerology with 0 and you started at 1, none of it, like the guy just said, it's gonna be complex. It's gonna be mouthy. It's gonna take debates, arguments, a bunch of men theorizing. The way they did it in pre-dynastic time, everything started from a point of singularity, a 0. And that 0 kept you on track, because when you start from 0, you can see the balance. And before I get into this Tesseract on the screen, let me get on the board first. So let me get up here and show you why you miss the whole secret of the universe, because you do something as simple as neglect ground 0. 0 is all there is. That's represented by darkness. Now, let's do this. So when I say that we need to start from 0 and not 1, it's because all life starts from the womb, which is electromagnetism. The womb is androgynous. When we talk matriarchal, we're talking neutrality. Why? Because 0 represents the womb. 0 represents the circle of life, the 360 degrees. This is very simple. And 0 is divisible by every number. By the way, when you say every, the first 3 words is Eve, because 0 is everything. All right, we'll throw 10 in there for shits and giggles, but we really want to focus on. Can you guys hear me from back this far?
Yeah, all good, bro. Carry on, mate.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm gonna adjust the screen so we can see the board a little better. I think that'll let you see the board better. I think that do us a little better on the board. All right, so 0. Let's go ahead, and I don't want to take too much time because I got a lot to go over. Now, let's take 10 off so I don't confuse you. We'll get to it. So here's the thing. All right, so when you start your numbers at when you start your numbers at 1, it's completely wrong. You know why? Because these numbers are formulas. They're symbols and sigils, and they go in a musical pattern. They start and end with the same creator. It's called an alpha and omega. That's the 0. So when you don't start at 0, you automatically messing up, because infinity is a number that ends in 0. Numbers end in 0 because they start from 0. And if you don't start them at the prime source, your sacred geometry gonna be wrong, your numerology gonna be wrong, your astrology gonna be wrong, because nothing you do should be able to sync up with the Gregorian calendar traditions. It all predate the Gregorian calendar, taking us back to the lunar calendars and even the Polaris calendars that they had. That's another subject. But when we can see the balance here as opposed to this right here, and I'm gonna show you why. Now, when you start your numbers at 0, they end at 0. because nine is the 0 and the 1. When you're looking at a 9, you're looking at 2 notes, whole note, I'm going to say half note and quarter note, depending on how you flip this 9. So the 9 is the 6, that is your half note and quarter note, 6, 9. All right, so 9 starts us all over again at 0 and 1. Your numbers start 0 and 1, and then they end 0 and 1 with the 9. Both of them come from the feminine. All numbers come from the womb, just like all life come from the womb. It's simple. So the 0 is the womb. It starts with 0 and end with 0, or the feminine. Or if you write a 10, you still get 0. If I write a 10, go ahead. Somebody want to?
Yeah, when you count the finger, so you start with 0. So you start with the little finger. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. The other end.
I can't hear you. It's kind of muffled.
Oh, sorry. Okay, now it's good. Now it's good.
Can you guys?
Now it's good. Can you hear me? Bro.
I think when she asks a question, you just have to mute for just a moment, bro.
Yeah, when you
Okay, y'all go ahead.
Bro, when you
Go
ahead. So we count with the hand 1, 2, 3, 4 with 0.
Hey, I don't mean to be rude, but I really can't make out what she's saying. And
go ahead.
if you guys can write your questions down and wait till I get finished, that'll be awesome, because I want to kind of get the flow like we done for Santos.
Okay.
If I stop every little second, I'm gonna be up here for 3 hours. And like I said, I don't really have a lot of time. So if you guys can kind of just let me deal, because I want to get through all of this. It's a bunch of stuff, and it takes time. I might answer your question while I'm in it. Most of the time I do. But I really can't make out what Judith's saying. Shout out to her, bless her heart. I don't want to keep the people waiting who may be going along with me. And then it really, I'm trying to get somewhere with this, and I won't get there if I, let me reach a stopping point, and then I'll take some questions or something. So like I was saying, by not starting your number off at 0, you can't see even. You don't see even, because your even numbers, right? Think about that. What your numbers start with, 1 or 0? 0 is your first even number, meaning feminine or Eve number. You can't start it with 1, because 1 is Adam. 1 means a creation without a creator. When you start at 1, that's the Big Bang theory. That means nothing's there to start this linear projection, because all 1 is 2. Your numbers are not right if you don't start them at 0. 1 is really the number 2 when you deal with sacred geometry. A lot of people won't get this. So please let me finish before we go with the questions. Starting at 0, start with the first even number. And you can see it lines right up. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. All of these are even numbers. 2, 4, and 0. So if you don't start off at 0, which is your first even number, you starting off odd. You starting off with the phallus, it's not the womb. You can't see what gave birth to this one, which is her, the egg. And that's what the Big Bang theory does. It takes the 0 away. By not acknowledging 0, Your numbers are not even balanced. Let me show you why. Every number out the 4 is not even a number. What I mean is every number out the 4 is just repetitive. When you say repeat, you're saying reaper. You're saying ripple. To repeat or to be repetitive is to be as a ripple. Now, the word ripple is in the word triple. Triple is in the word ripple and in the word dribble. The word rip dealing with the reaper. When you die, we rip through the fabric of what they call space and time. The reason you have a concept of space is because you don't have a concept of room. There is no space. I heard that word mentioned quite a lot. There is no space, there's only room. And there's a difference between space and room. One implies to emptiness, the other one implies to infinity. Room has the words OM dealing with tomb, womb, room. It's the stuff behind the stars, the stuff behind your eyelids, because when you go to sleep, you go in within this darkness, and within this room, you create the sun, moon, the grass, the wind. You create the cosmos out there within your own darkness. So I got a couple of notes, but before I get to them, I want to get this number thing in your head. There are no numbers out the 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 splits. 0 is not a number. So let me, 0 is not a number. It's the point of singularity. 5 is also the point of singularity all over again, but from the 5th dimension. So let's do this. You have 3 units that separate your numerical system evenly. And that 3 is because of the Trinity. When you look at a ripple effect, you're looking at target. When you look at a ripple effect, you're looking at Saturn. A ripple effect is how our cosmos was created. Now, when you look at a ripple effect, you're looking at every number in the numerical system starting from a point of singularity or 0. Check out the video that I'm going to be uploading on Bro Sanchez TV here maybe in 2 days. Now, when you look at the rock dropped into the water, a lot of things happen. You get an indention and a mound. That's as above, so below. You get a small driplet above all of that. That's your all-seeing eye. The lowercase I is the ripple effect. When you drop a rock into the water, there's a drip or a disco ball, a disc O ball, which is the mothership. This is all of the UFO. The mothership is the ripple effect. The rings of the ripple is the vibration. The VI is 5. If you think of a top of 5 dice, you got 4 corners with a central point. You are looking at Saturn from a top view. You're looking at a 360-degree rings with L in the middle. That's your 5 dice. 5 is vibration. VI is 5, vibration, vital. So 2 5s equals 10, which is Zen. If you look up the etymology for dice, the word dice means bowl. So a pair of dice is a pair of bowls or a pair of bulls, meaning our earth, the underworld, and the firmament. A pair of dice is 5 and 5, giving you 10. This is how we shake hands. This is how we greet. Santos said, spoke about the wave. That's what we do when we greet. We wave. We also wave our 5 hands. 5 is the magic number because 5 is the symbol of Saturn. If you pull up on your computer now the symbol of Saturn, you'll see it's our number 5 with the Reaper's hook on it. The name of Mount Meru is Rupes Nigra, meaning Black Reaper. And this is why, because it's the great womb or ground zero. It's the boulevard where our cosmos intersects with others. There's a 4-way intersection. All right, so I'm gonna break this down in detail in a future video, but let's get back to this, because when you look at the ripple effect, every ripple is born from the center, and it starts off as a small ripple. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me for 1 minute. So when you create a ripple effect, every ripple is created from the center, and it goes from small, medium, and fades away at large. Childhood, adulthood, seniorship. Senior, the root word of senior is sen or ten, zen, because now you're becoming back one with the source. The word ripple is the word wrinkle. Ripple is wrinkle. A ripple is also a crease. I tell you what I'll do. I'll share my screen so we can have a visual. So these ripples are creases. All right. And the root word of crease, thank y'all for being patient with me. I wasn't prepared for this at all. So the root word of crease is C-R-E-A. That's the root word of create, creation, creator. A crease is a ripple, a fold, a swell. And when you say swell, the root word of it is L, dealing with this god Saturn. So if you look at this ripple effect, it's just Saturn with the great womb at the middle. You see how when the Bible speaks of all the waters was gathered unto one place, the Bible is talking about this ripple effect. All right, because all the waters gathered unto one place is that pile in the middle. Remember that the root word of pile is pi, dealing with the vagina, and that's what that mound shapes like. So if you think of a Major League Baseball field, the pitcher is in the middle or on the mound, the mountain, and the pitcher is the one that throws the ball, just like the creator is the pitcher, the one that pitched the vibration and pitched the tent and spoke upon the waters of the great deep and caused the waters to move and create ripples. So we are in an ecosystem, what they call an ecosystem, and the all-seeing eye is what you're looking at with this ripple effect, sits above the great mother. So that mound in the middle became your Hershey's Kisses. If you think of the Hershey's Kisses chocolate, they're giving you the ripple effect too. Remember that the Hershey's Kisses is a bell that rings, and that mound in the middle of this ripple effect is the bell, the steeple of the church, that vertical pole that started it all, because the horizon came second. That's the one. The zero is the one from a top view. When you look at a pole from a top view, it's a dot. That's when you are the subconscious. That's when you in the seat of the Most High. And when you project downwards to create from that point zero, the next point is one, which is two, because two dots give you one. And that's that linear action of light. Let there be light. But it starts from the darkness, that point, that zero, us being at the top where that all-seeing eye is. So let's go to, I showed you this in previous videos, how the god El got one eye showing. I don't know if y'all remember that. Let me know, because I don't want to be redundant. Guys, you can feel free to talk to me if you like. I don't want to be too redundant. Stop me if I do. So if you look at this picture of L, you can see he has only one eye showing. That one eye is this one eye. All right. L is Saturn, is the ripple effect or the reaper effect. So the Saturn is the reaper, and you can see he has the hook of the reaper. You can see that his number is 5 because it goes back to that 5 dice. That 5 dice is a pyramid from the top view. That's the cube that we keep talking about, and it's nothing bad. The black cube that they going around in the Middle East is just the North Pole. There's a black cube at the center of the earth that they call Rupes Nigra or Black Reaper. And if you look at a 5 dice, you're looking at L from a top view. If you was hovering above him, that's what you'll see, the Great Seal. It'll look like this. And where you lick this at would be Rupes Nigra or the all-seeing eye, your DNA. So this vertical pole started from sound vibration. So I don't believe in solidity. I don't think nothing is physical. When you say physical, the root word of physical is phi, dealing with the womb, dealing with pi. Okay. And when you say solid, the root word of it is soul. We're spirits in a spiritual realm. Everything come in and out of existence. There is no solidity. That's an illusion. When the creator created this cosmos, there was nothing to create it with, right? There was only darkness. There was no water to make oceans. There was no wood to make trees. So everything we see was simply spoken into existence, but the voice of the creation is pure thought. It's pure conscious thought being born from the subconscious. So I've been doing a lot of research, and I found out that thoughts are a form of sound. So when we think, if you had some kind of futuristic device that'll let you detect the most subtle sounds around you, you would be able to actually detect thoughts as sound, meaning that, meaning that in a quiet room, if you had a device that moves the bar when you make a sound, like my microphone does on this program, when you have a thought, it would move. So our thoughts are sounds or signs, sine waves. So that's something to think about, because from our thoughts, we manipulate reality. So these vibrations is all there is. Things that come out of the darkness of our mind, they come and go in and out of the darkness. The darkness is a door, a portal. So something I want to point out is when we say hover, the word hover is over. Excuse me, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm having company right now at a very bad time. Please give me like 1 minute.
Yeah, good stuff there.
Woo! Very deep evening this evening.
Yeah. You know, when he's talking about thoughts and being detected, I think he's talking about frequencies, perhaps. What do you guys think?
Okay, guys, I'm back.
Frequencies.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Frequencies.
Yeah, thoughts are vibrations. Thoughts are vibrations.
That's it.
Uh-huh.
That's it, yeah.
And to finish this so I don't keep y'all waiting too long. So thoughts are vibrations, and there's only one frequency. That's the neutral frequency that gives birth to the low and high frequency. So the polarity is there, but this birth from the center point, that is the frequency. When we say frequency, we're saying free quenching, because there's we can get infinite energy from this place. Like Tesla was saying, there's free energy all around you. You just got to tune into the frequency or the free quenching, the tree that runneth over at the North Pole with energy. So when we say sequence and we look at how things are sequenced, we're seeing the quenching. When we sequence things, see this quenching, It's talking about those waters above. It's linked to those waters above. This frequency is only quenched by that darkness, just like your exhaustion is only quenched by visiting the Reaper every night. When you go to sleep, the Reaper comes for you and he chops your head off, because you're like that Ouroboros you're like the snake that loses its head and grows another one when it sleeps. Because in a dream, this body lays down and you create a whole nother body to walk around in your dream. So the mind is awesome. It not only recreates this cosmos, but it also recreates itself. The mind recreates and duplicates itself. So nothing is physical in this sense, because if you're in a dream, did you just recreate physicality? No, you did the same thing in your dream that the creator did in the beginning, which was disturb the darkness behind your eyelids with conscious thought. That darkness is a canvas. It's a projection screen. That's why you can't see beyond it. That's why it's the Most High, or the ceiling. And when we say ceiling, we're talking about this great seal, this envelope, this 4 corners, right? But there's a hidden point right in the middle. That's a 5th point. And that's the god Saturn. That's the great mother, because this god Saturn is also Nut and Gale. So when you look at Nut from a top view, you see her back and her 2 arms and 2 legs, and it looked like the Honda sign, or capital H. And it's those 4 points with that box in the middle, or that dot in the middle. If you was looking at her from a top view, this is what it'll look like. And remember, this is the Mayan cosmos, with the great mother licking her tongue out, surrounded by the 4 corners. This is Mama Kali with the 4 arms with her tongue out, because this is where you lick your tongue out to seal the envelope. So I already went over this, but I have to do it again. Now, when you look at this from a top view, you're also looking at a cowbell from a top view. It's called a cowbell because the holy cow is Hathor. That cow was cursed in the Bible. So when they told you to stop worshiping the golden calf, they got you away from all of this good knowledge, and they started you off with 1 first instead of 0. They cursed 0 in the garden. Eve is 0. Again, the first even number is 0. That's Eve. She was cursed in the garden, and our numerical system started off with 1, or the phallus. So that's not the way of nature. Now, this cowbell is also the bullhorn. It shapes like a pyramid. From a top view, again, it's the great seal, those 4 corners with the point in the middle, in this case, the handle. And it causes vibration. Sound is made from this, and it's made like a 5 dice. Remember, 5 is vibe. Fi is phi, phi, 5. So when you look at the phi symbol, you're also looking at a 5 dice. You're looking at 4 points with the center dot. This is a 5 dice, 4 corners with a center dot. That 5 dice is Mount Meru. That 5 dice is the human body, because you have 4 limbs, 2 arms and 2 legs connected to a central pole, just like this. All right. It's very simple. Now the creator has 4 limbs, and the creator's 4 limbs is called earth, wind, water, and fire. Those 4 limbs are the extensions of the Most High. These 4 limbs are the arms and feet of the Most High: water, wind, earth, and fire. These are the Elohim, or the projections of the Most High. These are the extensions that the Most High used to get everything done. The Most High don't have hands like you and me, but the Most High have 4 limbs, or 4 corners: earth, wind, water, and fire, that it uses to manipulate this reality. All right, those are the hands and fire of the Most High, as well as you and me. We are personal driplets from this ripple effect. All right, so everything emanates from the center with vibration. When you look at the center of this, you have your F hat, your witch hat. Again, your funnel, which is funeral, because this the womb is the tomb. Now I'm gonna get on a board real quick and tie all of this in. So small, medium, large is 0, 5, and 9, which is 10. There are no numbers out the 4. Everything just become repetitive. Starting at 5, all of your numbers become repetitive. 5 is rhythm. 5 is vibration. 5 is the lucky number, y'all. 5 is the all-seeing eye, because it's that dot that I just showed you above the ripple. If you think of a 5 dice, let's get one out. 5 shapes like a S because it is the serpent. 5 is the serpent. 5 is the hive. All right, 5 is the hive. Because when you say 5, I'm going to show you what I mean in a minute. Now, this 5 dice is the ripple effect, right? From a top view. If you was looking at this ripple effect from a top view, it'll be a 5 dice or Saturn. This is important because let's go to the board. Out to 0, numbers start to repeat themselves at 5 because 5 is the serpent. 5 is a mirrored number. It's a sacred number for these reasons. Also, 5 is a number that is divisible by itself, and any number ending in 0 is 0 all over again. 4 is the foundations, the 4 corners. When you build the 4 corners, you have a central peak because of that. Every pyramid have 4 corners, and when you build those 4 corners, it automatically climaxes to a central peak. That 5th hidden point is the pineal or the pinnacle. That's your 5th point, number 5. So 5 is 4. 5 is 4 because it's just those 4 corners. Looking at it from a top view, you can see your 5th peak. This is Angkor Wat. So the 5 represents that dot in the middle, or the 5, the 5, the pi. When you say 5, you're saying 5, P-H-I-V-E. You can say it this way, 5 or P-hive. P-hive is beehive. Beehive is behave, because we live by the golden rule, bee politics. So P-hive is beehive, because the beehive is the pi, the pyramid, the 5, the 5 dice. So 5, P-H-I-V-E, is P-hive or beehive. But 5 is the all-seeing eye, because 5 can look this way and see all the numbers going to 10, and it can look this way and see all the numbers going back to 0 evenly. It's in a critical spot, just like this 5 dice. That dot in the middle, no matter how it look around itself, it's always going to see evenly. All right, this is the view of the Most High. The Most High don't ask the questions we ask, because when you're in this seat right here, you see the whole cosmos as a whole. You don't say, where am I? Because there you are, hovering above it all. This is the out-of-body experience. So when you say hover, you're saying over. The one that hovers over the cosmos, or the one that is over or hover is nut. The ceiling is what hovers over your head and it spins. In saucer. If you pull up a UFO, right, beam me up, Scotty, you will see it's just a ripple effect, guys. Also, if you think of a satellite dish where we receive signals from these dishes, we receive signals from these because they are antenna. They shape like an eye. They shape like Saturn. If you look directly in the center of this dish, it'll look like a big old eyeball. But what you're looking at is the ripple effect. You're looking at a dish with a dent in the middle and a mound. So you have a dent and a rise in the same place. That's electrotism and magnetism, or electromagnetism, the dent and the rise. And you see that in the ripple effect. You see how you have this same concept of your satellite dish with the ripple effect, because everything is like this. But I know you guys out there can't see my screen, but the people on my end can. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. So 5 is the all-seeing eye, and 5. So check the crazy thing about 5. Once you reach 5, you reach the most rhythmic number out of all the numbers. When you was in school and you had to do multiplication, the easiest number to multiply with was 5, because 5 has a rhythm that's like no other number. And the root word of rhythm is RI. See, all of this is dealing with the same thing, like ritual. It's not RHY, it's ritual. So I'm gonna get into the etymology of all that later and show you how it ties into vibration. But 5 is the rhythm. I mean, think about it. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100. You see what I'm saying? 5 has a rhythm like no other number. And when you talk about 5, most of your world's main deities are 5-letter names, like Satan, which is Saturn, S-A-T-A-N. Reaper, when we talk about Mount Maruta, Reaper, which is Saturn, R-E-P-E-R. Jesus, J-E-S-U-S. All right. Allah, A-L-L-A-H. All right. All of these things have 5 letters. You know, Bible, B-I-B-L-E. You know, you got 5 musical notes, because once you reach 5, it's just repetitive. It's just repetitive. 5 represents the serpent. So it becomes rhythmic. 5, 10, 15, 20. And after that, you reach a spiral, which is 6, which is telling you it's just being repetitive, because after that is 7, which is completion. All right. So when you reach 7, you just reached another cornerstone of your pyramid. 4 of these 7s give you a swastika. 4 of these 7s give you 28, which is 10 all over again, your pyramid. After 7, guess what you reach? 8, because it's repetitive now. It's the hourglass. It's the 10 all over again. What comes after 8? 9. The same thing all over again. Then 10. All after that, everything gets repetitive. 11, 12, it just gets repetitive. 5 represents the completion. That's why you only have 5 fingers. The root word of finger is fi, F-I, like 5, like fight, like fist, because fi is the root word of it, like fire. Why is fire and finger and 5 have the same root? Because your fingers are fire. They wave like flames. All right, and I'm gonna get deep into that in a future video. But this F-I root is something to pay attention to, because when you talk about phi is the spiral. Santos showed a picture that he used, and I use it a lot too, of the sine wave with the line. I'm gonna talk about that. But let's talk about this phi root, because he mentioned the Fibonacci sequence. Now, Fibonacci wasn't a real dude, if you ask me. I just think that they're taking an ancient pre-dynastic sequence and accrediting it to imposters so that the ancients don't get the credit. That's why you never hear me reference any of these Greeks or any of these imposters, I always go back and give the people credit who had it before all of these Johnny-come-latelys, because people didn't just start learning this stuff when the Greeks came. They always knew the Fibonacci sequence. I'm breaking it down to you right now, and I'm doing it so simple that my children can understand it, because this is the way it was supposed to be. So when you say Fibonacci, you're saying 5, dealing with 5. And now let's take a look at the Fibonacci sequence so we can break it down very simple, so that even your child will be able to go teach the Fibonacci sequence. No bullshit. You never had to go to school for this stuff, y'all. It's simple stuff, like striking sticks together to make fire. That's how simple it is. Because when you strike sticks together to make fire, you're doing the act of dose too. Remember, them sticks are paired up to give birth to this thing called fire. So when you look at the Fibonacci sequence, basically you get a series of numbers. And in this series of numbers, you basically get the numbers of the cosmos that breaks down this spiral of life. But there's something that even Fibonacci, I believe, was missing, was that point of singularity, that 0 point. So I'm here to tie it all together. And what I'm telling you is that 5 is the S. 5 is the capital S, or the spiral. So when you say Fibonacci sequence or Fibonacci sequence, you're dealing with that spiral or that serpent that's in the middle. And you can see it right here. It's a sine wave from a top view. It's all there is. Whenever you're looking at something from the top view, you're looking at it from what's called a 5th dimension. You can see more from this view. Just like the police helicopter, they can see the criminal who think he hiding, but they up there, they can see his butt. That's what we do when we look at our items from a top view, and then we're assuming the seat of the Most High, and we can see better this way. So when you look at, for example, what Santos Bonacci showed was, let me go to my board again. All right. I don't know how well y'all can see this. I hope you can see it good. So what Santos showed was something I show all the time. It's this symbol. What this is the cosmos. All you got to do is whoop, push them together. All you got to do is smush them together. Now, this is the way our cosmos is made, because remember what I told you about the ripple effect? When you drop a rock into the water, you create a mound, but you also create a dent around it. This is the ring on the finger of the woman. Let me share my screen again. This is when the Bible says, let the waters be gathered into one place. This is the Fibonacci sequence. It's nothing real deep. They want to make it deep to throw us off, but let me show you. Here, the Hindus was telling us what I'm trying to tell y'all now. This is the ripple effect, what they're giving you. Let me change the scene so y'all can see this better. I got a lot going. Next time I'll be prepared, more prepared. So here we have Mount Meru, and it's just the ripple effect. Let me go back to this ripple effect. Let me show you what I mean. All right, so check this out. Let's look at the first ripple in the middle. You have a pie slice. That's the first thing to form, because that's the womb. That pie slice is what creates the rings or the ripples, all birthed from that womb. All right. So This is a ring on the finger of the woman. We put the ring on the finger of the womb man because the ring that's around the first womb of your ripple effect. Okay, and we can see this in Mount Meru right here. This, now, if you look at this from a top view, it becomes a 5 dice. This is your halo. Remember, when we speak to each other, we say hello because we're giving vibration. Hello or halo is vibration. Halos are rings or vibrations. When you say satellite, you're saying Saturn's light. So the whole satellite thing is Saturn. Remember, Saturn's number is 5, dealing with all of this when you look at them from a top view. Now, I think we pretty much get that. I know I'm kind of all over the place because it's so much, but back to this, what Santos speaking of. This is the wave, all right? And it's a pair of bowls. Do your etymology, look up the word dice. You will see that a dice is one of these. So when we say paradise, we're talking about the number 8. A pair of bowls, which is 5 and 5, 10. 5 dice, 5 dice. Why is this important? Let's look at the symbol of the mother goddess. And this is older than any Christian cross. This is a form of the swastika. Remember that the swastika has 4 L's. The swastika has 4 L's. And those 4 L's are 4 7s that'll give you 28, which is 10. Because 2 8s are 2 hourglasses or the Great Seal. If you look at this Great Seal, all right, X marks the spot. You got a vertical hourglass and a horizontal hourglass. That's 2 8s. 8 plus 8 is 16. That's 7. This is completion. All right. So what is that number 7 though? Here it is right here. You got 7 points on here. You got a trinity above and a trinity below and a central pole in the middle that counts for.
I'm not saying anything, bro. You're not sharing with us.
Sorry. Here's those 7 points. That's a kananga or a double trident. But what you have to realize is that it's not, people say this is the Merkaba, that it's a 6-pointed star. It's actually 7 points. Again, there's always a hidden point in the middle. But what I want to point out is that it's neither. It's actually 10 points. We are looking at a trident from a front view. But like I told you, when you hover above this thing, it becomes a 5 points. Let me show you how that would look. Everything goes back to the number 5. This is what the ancestors were telling us with the construction of Angkor Wat, which is Ankh and water. And I got a whole video on Angkor Wat. I can get into it a lot deeper. But it's built on matriarchal cosmology surrounded by the waters of fertility or the fetal sac. And when you walk into the temple of Angkor Wat, you see 3 points. Now, of course, in this picture, we are in a helicopter. But when you walk into the temple, you can't see the 5 points. You only see the Trinity. So this 5th dimension that we're trying to get to is not a place you physically go. You can go there anytime just by looking at sacred geometry from a third-person view. The third-person view gives you the 5th peak. That's your Holy Ghost view. So if you walking in from the ground, you only see 3 points. But when you hover above it, you see the 5 points. So this Kananga is the same way. It's 5 points above, 5 points below. And that's 10 or Zen or diamond. This is a diamond. Now, something I want to show about the Christian cross real quick is the cross represents the womb. We have to stop using the cross. It takes us away from nature. I'm going to show you why. The cross is a symbol of death. You know, I ask Christians all the time, rose again. If Jesus rose again from out of the tomb, why don't Christians wear an open tomb around their neck? Why do they wear the cross? Why do they wear a symbol of death as opposed to the symbol of life? The tomb shapes like a pie slice. That's life, resurrection. The cross, guess what? It's a symbol of death. You being crucified for speaking out. Life symbolized the victory or the tomb. Christians should be wearing an open tomb around their neck, not a cross, because their victory came from the resurrection. Had Jesus not rose again, that wouldn't be a doctrine. The whole Bible is centered around Christ's resurrection. So why are they wearing the cross? Because every Sunday is a funeral and a blasphemy. Our true Sabbath is Saturday, and we should be giving reverence to Mother Nature and the womb that we come out of. So when you look at the cross, let me go back to the big board. It's shaped this way for a reason. Guys. Here's your Christian cross. You want to know why it's not even? You want to know why it's not even? Because it represents death and not life. Let me show you. When you outline things, you reveal what they really are. Let's outline this cross. Let's do it in another color, just so we can be, you know, distinct. When you outline this Christian cross, you get a casket. This is a casket. Remember, the womb is the tomb. The cross is the uterus. So it wasn't Christ's blood that was sacrificial for you being here. It was the blood of your mother. When you came out of the womb of your mother covered in blood, that was the covering of the blood that the Bible stole and said, now you got to be covered in Christ's blood, as if your mother's blood wasn't enough. Your mother's blood wasn't enough to cleanse you because the people who gave you the Bible hate women. You came here covered in the blood that nature wanted you covered in, and now they give you a mythological blood of some other dude who died next to some thieves. The thieves were the ovaries of the woman. When you look at the uterus of the woman, you're looking at Jesus on the cross surrounded by the two thieves. But like I said, that scene represents life and death, because when he went on the cross, he rose again. So the tomb is the womb. In the casket, they lay you horizontal or parallel, because you're going to meet L, parallel. They lay you parallel in the casket. And when you go down, you're going down into the great deep, those waters. You're being baptized, and you're coming back up from the waters of your next mother, out of her fetal sac. This is a continuum. The darkness is the gateway. So the last thing you see is that darkness, and from within that, you create a whole nother world that you're born into. You would be born into a whole nother world through that darkness, which is the portal, the gateway. Just like when you go to sleep at night, you're birthed into a whole nother realm called a dream. It don't stop. There's always a big bang or light coming on. So when you look at the Big Bang Theory and what they're giving you for black hole dimensions, it's shaped like a bullhorn. It shapes like a horn. That's what it shapes like. The Big Bang and the black hole, because that's the vagina. That's that horn at the center of that ripple effect, that mound, that mountain. Remember, that's where the pitcher stands, and he's surrounded by 3 bases, right? But that 4th base is the home plate, and that top base, it's an alignment going on there. Okay, you got the home plate with the pitcher's mound and the second base, because the second base is the crossroads. From second base, you can either go back or you can go on forward to third. Now, it's aligned with that crossroads, home, pitcher, second base. That's that vertical pole. Surrounding it is the 2 thieves, first base and third base. I hope y'all see what I'm saying. So the Christian cross is the casket. This is the way our casket shaped. If I can pull up a picture of a casket, you can see it shaped just like this. You can do it on your own time. I got to keep moving. But this is how our casket shaped. This is a symbol of death. Now, unlike the womb right here, let's take this cross . There's a difference. Now we have balance. We have X marks the spot. We have the great seal. We don't have imperfection. This is unbalanced. This is when you down. But when you raise up, you're now balanced. You're now balanced. So when you're not when you're transitioning, you're in chaos, or what they call hell. And the root word of hell is El, dealing with this underworld god, this Saturn god, El. So when you inhale, you in El. But what that means is you're transitioning. You're at a cornerstone. You're trying to get back to this whole note. And it all happens here. So when you get this symbol here, it's different. When you make them balance and create the X as opposed to the cross, you don't get a casket. You don't get a casket. This is a casket. This is death. This is a womb. This is life. This is a diamond. And it's so perfectly beautiful. It's a perfect diamond. Unlike this Christian cross, which results to you in a casket, it's death. The tomb is the symbol of life when he rose again, symbolizing by the great crossing. So to sum all of this up with my notes here, and then I'm gonna be done. So God don't have a solid body, because the root word of solid is soul. No one has a solid body. We recreate bodies through the darkness. That's the 5th element. You only know about 4 elements, but you don't know about the element that gave birth to the 4. That's the 5th element, which is Saturn. That's the womb of creation. The Dogon call it the great womb of creation, or Mother Amma. And I got a chart what the Dogon drew out, a tribal chart, and it looks just like Mount Meru. Let me show you. The Christian cross goes against the teachings of the ancients and the Dogon. Thank y'all for being patient. Here's the Dogon womb of all worlds. And that's also the symbol of Earth and Gaia. Now, what you're looking at is Mount Meru, but instead of the 4 lands, you have the 4 elements with Amma in the middle. Amma is Eve. Any of these names that you can flip around and it still read the same thing, they're the same deity. So when you say Eve and you flip Eve around, it's still Eve. When you say Amma and you flip Amma around, it's still Amma. When you say Mom, when you flip Mom around, it's still Mom. When you say Reaper, when you flip the word Reaper around, it's still Reaper. All of these are the same North Pole deity that became Santa Claus and Jesus and all of them imposters. So here's the original science of the mother, not the cross. You can't make this circle with a cross. Impossible. You got to make those things even to make this steering wheel. Now, when you say steer, the root word of S-T-E-E, yes, like steep, because you steer from the steeple, or the heart chakra, or Amma. That's the control center. The steering wheel is the steeple wheel. So ST is dealing with steepness, like stairs, all right, which are angles or sevens, levels, or ripples, or rebels. We're individual drips from, we're drips from the primordial or ocean. When you say drip, take the D off of it. We are rips from the cosmic sea. We're pieces of the Most High. We're drips or rips or ripples. We're echoes, vibrations. There is no solidity. There's only one element, and that's darkness. Everything you perceiving right now is from your own inner light and a collective consciousness. And I'm going to get into how the ancestors said this whole cosmos was created. You and I are the same thing, and the concept of individuality is what throwing us off. The further we move from the center, the more individualized we feel. The closer we get to the center of the earth, the more herd-minded humans are. They move as one, like the fishes in the ocean. There are no secret societies. Everyone knows this secret. In Eden, this is Victoria's Secret. So when you hear them talk about Victoria's Secret, remember the root word of victory is VI, 5. It's the secret of 5. This is what get us victory. Understanding the Reaper or Rupes Nigra, Mount Meru, because the center of the earth is also within you. When they say we created in the image of the Most High, it's because we can create this same cosmos in our dreams, in our sleep. So you made in the image of the Most High. And so, like I said, as within, so without, the creation out there is also within you. So when y'all be talking about implosion, that's what I think about. When we die, we implode to the cosmos that's in us. How we get back here is by going within ourselves. It's the same place you in your dreams is out there. So this darkness connects us. You see what I'm saying? You can even have 100 dreams within a dream and forget which one is the real reality. So what is real? What is real if I can close my eyes and be inside of a burning building full of fire and literally it hurts in a dream? If you don't wake up, you're being tortured, man. Think about that. What's real? Is your dream real and this life fake? No, it's all the same. It's vibration in the darkness. All that exists is darkness. Remember, that's all that was in the beginning, and everything you perceive as the 4 elements is nothing but the creator echoing through the darkness. The 4 elements were the first echoes of the Most High. And after those 4, you get 5, which is the earth cosmos, the pyramid, the zenith. So this is what the Dogon was telling you. This is the one who's steering the wheel. 5, the extensions of the Most High. And what the Most High do with these extensions affect us. what happens with the earth, water, wind, fire. And whoever can take over those, they can hijack this steering wheel. That's what the government doing with all the weather programming. They hijacking this steering wheel. But nothing gonna happen till we realize that God ain't got no hands and feet. These are the hands and feet of the Most High. And when the government hijack them, they're putting nature in handcuffs. We the only ones that can break her free. Not no Bibles or not no kneeling down praying, but standing up and fighting. So to get back with what the mother telling us to do at this time is to be fearless. Don't be afraid to reconnect with the darkness. It ain't what you live for, it's what you died for. I'm gonna wrap this on up here. Work together to make up this one universe. There are no numbers that are to be exalted above the next. Each one have their own place in this cosmological makeup. Each number is a glyph. Each number is a vibration. Each number is a formula that shouldn't be neglected. And I'm also, what else I got for you before I wrap this up? When we talk about electricity, we're talking about masculine. Magnetism is feminine, but electromagnetism is neutral. Now, here's the tricky thing. Feminine is neutral. Androgynous, the womb has both sexes. So when you talk about magnetism and electromagnetism, they're the same. They're the same. Just like earth, wind, water, and fire are the Elohim, or the plural form of the Most High. Meaning the Most High started from a point of darkness, a point of singularity. And in order for the Most High to create the creation, the Most High first had to create the tools to create the creation. How do you create without no hands and no feet? So the Most High had to create the extensions of itself to even create the rest of the stuff. And those extensions were earth, wind, water, and fire. From those Elohim, or those first vibrations, those first set of echoes, all right, came us. So the Creator created its extensions. It diluted itself. It echoed, all right, and it created the 4 elements. Elements was what the subconscious worked through to create us. So those 4 elements are the consciousness of the subconscious creator. The 4 corners that makes up the visual consciousness of this invisible source. So to see the creator is to touch the water, feel the fire, inhale the wind, admire the beauty of the stone and all of the elements. This is how we interact with the Most High. You don't go and kiss the Most High on the face. You kiss its creations. You smell the rose. You drink the water and you say, ah, you know? So that's how we make love to the Most High, through embracing the extensions of the Most High, or the tangible things that the Creator created. So from that darkness is a sea of potential. You can create anything in it, just like we do in dreams. But when we create in dreams, we can only base our dreams off the 4 elements. So you'll never have a dream that doesn't have water, wind, earth, and fire, because these are the extensions of the Most High. Everything is an echo. So the Most High created these 4 elements, and these 4 elements created us. Now we create with these 4 elements, but from the darkness. When you was in your mother's womb, the first thing to form was the pineal gland, which is not even a physical gland, it's a void. And the body forms around that subconscious, just like the cosmos form around the dark, or within darkness. So you form within the womb of your mother and around your own central point, your pineal gland. And from your pineal gland, your 4 corners are birth, your limbs, and you become a human. The same thing with the Most High. The darkness behind the stars is a huge pineal gland, or a huge pinnacle ceiling, a gland of the Most High. And from that gland comes secretions. Glands secrete. So that gland behind the stars secreted this light world that we live in, or echoed it, or projected it down upon us. When Genesis talk about the darkness speaking everything into existence, remember, thought is sound. And that vibration is what made contact with the face of the deep and created the horizontal cosmos, or the earth plane. When they met, there was a splashing, a horizontal splashing. So it met like this, boom, and spread out like this. Gail was born from the triple goddesses. So the triple goddesses is the ripple goddesses. Remember, the word triple is ripple, because when you create a ripple, you create small, medium, large. And when it reaches large, it fades out like the torus field. So the Rubik's Cube is the Reaper's Cube. Rubik is Reaper. All right. And when you talk about the Rubik's Cube, of course, you got all of the colors of the rainbow on that cube, because that's another way of saying that it's the black cube of Saturn. All of the colors of the rainbow create darkness. So when you have a Rubik's Cube, that's the same cube called Mount Meru by the ancients, the same cube they march around in the Middle East, this cube of Saturn, which is the 5 dice, the jack in the box, because your jack in the box is 4 points, and jack is Saturn, the 5th point. All right. So the Rubik's Cube is the Reaper's Cube, and all of the colors is just mean it's a dark cube. Now, I'm giving you the Fibonacci sequence in a way you can teach it to your children. 5 is 5, Fibonacci. Look at the symbol, it's just a spiral. Don't read none of the damn text they give you. That's what throw you off. When you look at the news, people, on mute. Don't listen to what the reporter's saying. For you to decode this stuff Brother Sanchez giving you, look at the symbols and fuck what the text are telling you. So when you go on a website pulling up symbols, ignore what the website's saying. Look at the symbol and you meditate on it. Start syncing it up with other symbols on your own. Start from scratch. When you read other people's texts, you're leaning on their research. You're leaning on the writings of an author who didn't do nothing but look at the damn symbol like you can. You got eyes, so I don't have to listen to what Fibonacci say. When I see his symbols, numbers, and sequences, I can take all of that and see what he was trying to say by looking at what he got in his symbols and what I see in the symbols of nature. And every time you're going to come out spot on. But can't nobody tell you what these men really said. No one was there. So what you got to do is take the symbols and get it from out of your own yourself. It ain't going to be handed to you. So when you talk about Moses, we know that he wasn't a real guy. We know that the 10 Commandments also represent the paradise. Remember, a dice is a bowl. To make a bowl, you need 5 points. To make the cosmos, you need 10 points, 2 bowls. So a paradise is a pair of bowls. Is 2 arches. Let me show you. First of all, before I remove this, you can see how we got our Pokemon ball. This is the Pokemon, a pair of bowls. 1 bowl, 2 bowl. That's a paradise, a pair of bowls, Saturn. Now, some I was finna go into before all of that was, and I'm gonna wrap this on up. Yes, the 10 Commandments, Moses. It's just the same thing all over again. It's a pair of bowls. It's 10 or Zen, the binary code. The 10th verse of Genesis is the day where the tent was pitched. If you pull up the book of Genesis and read the 10th verse, you'll see that the 10th verse of Genesis ends the creation of the cosmos. After the 10th verse, we start creating all the life and the birds and the grass. Meaning the tent has been pitched. Now we could put the life inside of it. So when you read Genesis, after the 10th verse, you get all of the life because the tent is now been pitched. So 10 commandments, all right? It's the same thing Santos is showing you in his lectures and what I'm showing you in all of mine. Can you see that? This is what Santos is showing you. This is the cosmos. This is the ripple effect. Why? Because when you create a ripple, and I'm going to go to my ripple effect, but this is the same as this, all over the place, the same thing. Now, why is this the ripple effect? Keep this in mind. You have a arch dome and a dent. I think I'm going too long. I might be over my time. Let me go ahead and wrap this up right here. I didn't get to finish everything, but I do want to be courteous of the panel, and I don't want to go longer than the other guys. So let me wrap this up right here. Take these final 2 minutes and go ahead and wrap this up. You look at a ripple effect. What causes the ripple is a swelling and an indentation, yin and yang, a mound and a dent. That's what causes your ripples. And I know my panelists can't see that, but they can get it in their mind. Here you have the ripple effect, a swell and an indentation. Swell, indentation. This is what creates your creases or your wrinkles. Remember, crease is Christ. Crease is Christ. Crease is creation, creator. It's by creasing. And that is by separating the waters from the waters, you create the ripple effect. So when the Bible talk about separating the waters from the waters, it's talking about the ripple effect. You see how the waters are separated from the waters? Because you got two kind of waters. You got water that's rising and water that's sinking, yin and yang. And those waters are separated from the waters. Not only that, you have a horizontal separation, you also have a vertical separation. So the waters are separated from the waters vertical because you have your all-seeing eye, or your driplets, you and me, that appears to be separated from this primordial ocean. So I'm going to stop it right here. This is how the waters were separated from the waters. This is how all of the waters were gathered together unto one place. That would be this vagina in the middle. That's the point of tension. This is what they try to give you for gravity when they put the dang on bowling ball on a trampoline. Everybody giving us this same ripple effect or this reaper effect. We rip through existence. We rip through the fabric of space. I don't like space, but this darkness. We ripped into existence, and where did we come from? The darkness, and we rip out. So RIP, rest in peace, is ripple or reaper or representative. You are ripple or driplet or a rep. A rep is a rip. You're a representative of the Most High, an individual driplet, but you're still part of that cosmic sea. Now, this is our Earth cosmos we're looking at right here. And there are many of these, and there are merging ripples, as you see here, and worlds merging with worlds. Now, I believe that our Earth cosmos is merging with another world, and that's why we have eclipses. I believe there may be some places where 4 of these may be merging, and when they have an eclipse, you see 4 objects coming across there. That will look like a 4-leaf clover. That would be beautiful. Think of an eclipse. What a eclipse is 3 bodies coming in to merge with that moon, and one from the top, one from the left and right, and one from the bottom. Wouldn't that be an awesome eclipse to see? You know what'll happen? It will be a yoni in the middle. It'll be 4 circles, create a diamond in the middle, and that'll be a weird looking eclipse. Perhaps eclipses look that way on other in other cosmoses, where they have 4 ripples merging. Maybe they see 4 bodies when they see an eclipse. Now I'm just going into speculation. I think this is the multiverse concept of all of these ripples and vibration. Remember, you can make these ripples by just speaking over the water. So sound vibration creates a perfect ripple on the water. That's what Genesis is talking about, the sound that spoke upon the waters of the great deep. We do this when we close our eyes and see darkness, and we have a subconscious spark, an idea that creates new worlds in a dream. Now, at this time, I'm gonna go ahead and stop because I'm looking at the clock and I know I'm way longer than Santos was. So even though I got more notes, I'm gonna just go ahead and stop there, guys. Thank you for being patient.
Oh, thank you, bro. FPV?
Yeah, I've got some more things I can add, guys, but I'll wait first and see if anyone's got any questions from the bro. Some people wanted to ask me questions, didn't they?
Trotters? Are you there, Michael? Santos, then.
Question for bro at the start there.
Yeah,
Hey,
I just think that when Judith speaks, bro has to mute his microphone just while she speaks, and then you'll hear her better.
I sure will. And let me apologize to Judith, and let me thank her for being patient. I love you, Judith. You have a very sweet spirit and personality. Dude, Karen, I love y'all, man. This is what's up. Flat power.
And we love
Judith
you.
asked me what. That's what's up. I'm gonna mute my mic and everything, and I'm gonna let Judith ask whatever she want to ask or whatever you guys want to build on.
Thank you. Judith. Judith, are you there? No. Oh. Judith might have gone to sleep. It is 3:30 in the morning.
Here.
Oh, you're there. Cool. Judith,
Yes.
ask your question.
Oh, I sent Blue a picture about the finger, and you count from 0 to 9, or the finger. It's not 10. It's 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Bro, did you hear
Okay,
that?
so yes, let me make sure I'm hearing my sister right. She says when you count to, for example, I think what Judith is saying is this. We were told we have 10 hands, right? We were told we have 10 hands, right? If you start with 0, like I said, it would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And she's saying, well, that would mean we have 9 hands. Is I'm getting that out correctly?
Yes, Blue.
Yes. You're just saying
Okay.
hand fingers, brother. Revert to fingers.
Yeah, fingers.
It's asleep.
Thanks, Santos. You know I need some rest. Yeah, I wish we did have 10 hands. We'll be like Mama Callie, right? No, now I'm talking about arms. Damn it. Hey, let me go ahead and answer Judith so I can mute my mic again. Judith. Okay, let me go to my board. So one way to look at this is that the number 9 is 10. Now it's going to sound funny stopping at your 10th finger saying 9. That's going to sound funny, but the number 9 is 10, and it's the 10th unit. like we just counted if you start from 0. So the number 9 is 10, and you can see that. You see the 1 and a 0? So the number 9 is 10. So, yeah, we've been taught wrong about these numbers. If you have a minute, if you guys don't have much to say, I can go a little bit deep into the numbers if you like, and I can go from 0 to 9, showing you what they represent real quick. But I'm gonna mute my mic and see if I answered good enough.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. Santos, did you want to say anything? You both said masses tonight, you lot. You very deep stuff.
I can add some more things, Karen, if you want.
Oh, go on then, FPV. Oh, sorry.
Perfect.
Go on, Santos says go for it, FPV.
Yeah, well done, guys. I love that. Both their nice presentations. 2 different guys with 2 different angles arriving at the same point. Just try and put that into a graphic visual for you to let you see what they're both really describing. Can you present me, Karen?
Yeah, sure.
Right, if you remember this is the Sun Star of Peru. It's a geoglyph at Nazca, Peru. And I don't know if you remember or not, but if you follow the maps through there, been in Merkaba. Never mind what it says at the end about the sun, that's a lie. That dimension at the end, the 95,040,000 miles, is actually the dimensions of a cube Merkaba. And within this cube is this constraint here, this structure. Now these are the temple of the sun and moon. As Santos described perfectly before, solo mono, moon, and what it means, this is the sun and moon's paths. They are constraint. This is their constraint. They cannot venture, and they are aided around these paths by what I'll call halos. I'll get more into that in a minute. The squaring's coming from the cubing, so that's a bit of Santos's work touched upon. For your benefit, I'll show you where you're getting your ripples from. If I can find it. I'll go to the map, you'll probably see it easier. Right, see the center of the map? You should see that shape Santos was describing there. You see it? The up, down, and various directions. Now the ripples, I need to find the image really. The ripples are originating from again. He's here somewhere, hold on. There's a little clip that you need to see to describe it better. There. This is where your ripples are originating from. This vibration here in the center, Santos correctly identified as Brahma. This is the heart of the machine. This is what's driving everything on this grid. These connections here, going out the way, these are connected to what we would call angels. Each dot on this grid represents an angel. Technology. I'll get into the technology side of it more in a minute, but this is where your ripples are coming from, because this is what's sending signals everywhere around our world. This would be located on Google Earth at 0.0. It was described in Google Earth as Palestine, but it's been recently been changed to another name. That is what's at the center. So now we'll go a little bit more into the angels. The angels, to me, is technology, capable of doing what you kind of seen in that image there. This projection, it's project the counter-rotating flow of these two circles that's below ground. These are buried below ground, by the way. They're not above ground. In the sky, we cannot see it unless they spray barium. But I've come to find is the sun and moon use these halos to navigate around our skies. Video proof of this, don't worry. Now you see what I mean there about ripples, bro? There are many of them. We've got 84 on the grid so far, but we know there's at least 60, maybe more to find. You know, we're still looking. Now, I think this is the technology that's producing these. This is what you would call an angel. And if you look at it, it's an electrical connection. These two elements in the center, which I presume of counter-rotating flows of energy, and it creates this electromagnetic field for the flower of life or the Fibonacci sequence. Now, this technology is below ground. Like I say, there's many of them. We're trying to position them and locate them on the map. What it's responsible for, now we have an origin for lightning. This is another effect I think it's creating on the land masses. Keep watching, it'll zoom out and you'll see what it's responsible for. And there's many of these on the Earth. Volcanoes. I'll just pause it there a sec. Now remember, CERN is called a particle accelerator. CERN's just a reverse engineered angel. So keep that in mind. What a particle accelerator does, it helps create landmass. You see how this pushing up effect's going on? It's drawing it upwards. It's converting elements into matter. So anywhere you see a volcano, you can guarantee some depth below it, so many miles down, you're responsible for it. Now notice the halo. Remember it says we can't see these, but notice the landmass trying to curve around it. See that? Locating them. Mountainous regions, hilly regions, unique to pushing up landmass, but it does seem to be very evident in certain locations. So you've got that to consider. An origin for lightning now. Remember, we don't see the halo, but we do see the effects of lightning. That's possibly an origin for your lightning. And again, there's your ripple. That would be there, a top-down view, say, of what it would look like from above. And we know there's lots of these. They've been filmed in the sky. I'll just forward to the recordings of these. Yeah. What you're looking for in the sky. See, if you read through this, barium, it's barium that's showing them. Because barium illuminates a geomagnetic field line from pole to pole. Where's it gone? We've gone past it there. That's why you're sometimes seeing these in the sky. And you will notice the sun is always going around the edge of one. Also, the nodes lit up either side of it. Now, they call this a sundog. It is not a sundog. It's projection technology. Like I say, it's been illuminated by barium in our atmosphere. These are all over the world, people. And what we're trying to do is get people to record them. Let me know the location, the amount of nodes on it. Dots like either side of the sun, and well, even video evidence would help, so we can prove where it was. Like this is what they look like from above. You know, this is the ones we already know exist. Like I say, we're using sacred geometry from Nazca, Peru, overlaid with a world map. Now, this world map was ripped out of Google Maps into algorithms which destroyed the square image to mold it around the globe. So once those algorithms were removed, this map was revealed, and you can now see the true scale of Antarctica here in the south. Biblically, you've got these three things in each corner. These are the angels. There's also a lot around the center, and like I say, we're trying to look at the ones circles here. Again, there's your ripples. Now, these are all projections that the sun and moon use, and possibly Venus and other planets going further out. This is all we've got on our realm here. A 12 by 12 grid. So there's your 144 from scripture. Your 6 squares, your 6 circles, and your 6 rhombi. Your 666 again. So what you guys are arriving at is what we're kind of working with here. If you guys must see the correlation now. You do, Santos. You've been watching this for a while. Correlation going on here, bro, between your work, Santos' work, my work, Matt Jerome, whose maps, numbers, frequencies, and colors also fit into this grid. Everything's happening in this grid. So that's where I'm coordinating a lot more things in the background to show people. There will be an update on all this. We've got some nice things to show you coming up. I'm not sure if we can add anything else to what you guys have added now. But that's what we're looking at anyway. This is a technological construction which helps create landmass and a survivable environment. It complements life. It doesn't create life, it just complements it. And this is designed to complement all this creation. My research is showing us. And like I say, we've got a lot more to show you yet. This is just the tip of the iceberg. So I think that's all for me for now, until I get the updates ready.
Thanks, FPV. You come back, bro.
I never left. I've been here the whole time.
No, you want to say something?
FPV. I just realized I can have my headphones on while I do all of this, so I don't have to unplug them. That's good. That was interesting. I like his layouts there, and I like the one he showed about the angles emanating from that center. Remember that womb that I was talking about? That's what he just showed on his presentation. I like the way but he said that those are angels. I say that those are just angles, the directions, because in the beginning, if there was darkness, there was no directions. So we get all of our directions because we do have a source. I think the fact that we have directions prove that it's a Most High, because otherwise we wouldn't have a source to say, well, hey, I'm going south or I'm going east. What are you referring your direction off of? What's the central point that's allowing you to have direction? That 5th point that created north, south, east, west, and in between those, they gave birth to smaller angels or angles called northwest, southwest, southeast, the ones in between. Most High was the 5th element that gave birth to the 4th, earth, wind, water, and fire. Those 4 also gave birth to more things. They can be breaking down into bloodlines. So fire has a family. All of the phases that water assume, meaning fire is in its own form, which is fire, but it's also in a liquid form when it's lava, but a gaseous form when it's smoke. So water, it waves just like fire. When fire is waving, water is waving, But just like fire, a gas too, and water can be a solid, be a liquid, just like fire can be a liquid. So each of these elements can be the other one. Rock can be a gas. A rock can be, it is a solid, but it can be liquid too. That's what you're looking at with lava. So what I'm looking at with these 4 elements is the Most High created these 4 elements, and these 4 elements had children, and they all can assume the same compositions. Hope that's the right word. Solid, liquid, gas. That's the Trinitarian aspect of this reality. So I think that's deep because you got 4 corners, you got this trinity, we got the 3 and the 4 giving us the 7. Human, you know, we like a 4-pointed, we have 4 corners and a 5th point, but we also have a Trinitarian aspect, being mind, body, soul, and as well as childhood, adulthood, and seniority. I'm gonna mute my mic, man. I was just building on FPV concept. Also, since y'all muted, I want to give a shout out to Santos and to you, Karen, once again for organizing these, because the people do love it. And I hope y'all do subscribe to FPV as well.
Well, I haven't really done anything or said anything. You and FPV and Santos have been talking. Yeah, I think what happens is you're all finding the similarities. You're all very similar. All your work is overlapping. It's amazing. We have Wiz with us. He's joined us on the panel. Wiz, do you want to say anything? Because you come on the panel.
Yes, ma'am. It's more of a question for Bro Sanchez about if he wouldn't mind saying something, typing something in the back chat of this particular hangout, so I can grab him into a PM, a one-on-one chat, because it seems like when I send out emails, I'm getting blocked or failure to send. There's some things I'd like to discuss with him on a theory I've had for many years, and he's been talking about the womb lately that I've noticed. It's right on with my theory, and I just need to talk with him, because every time I try to search for information, I don't seem to find what I'm looking for, but he seems to find all the information that I've been looking for. And I just want to see if my theory holds any validity. So I would like to talk with him one-on-one at some point on that, so I can figure what I'm going to do with my video.
Go ahead and lay it on me now, if that's okay, Karen. If that's okay, Karen, he can shoot it at me now. Hey, we're in the right place now for it.
That's fine if nobody else minds.
Well, okay, but I'm kind of iffy about saying it out in the open, because to me it seems kind of too graphic, but I'll give it a shot. When you're talking about the womb, and I'm also into the womb. 30 years, I've tried to figure out what is the blood of life, what is eating my flesh, and what is drinking my blood. And I've come across, you know, eating my flesh, the only thing I can find anything close to that, you know, other than, you know, the cannibalism and all this other crazy stuff, is what would be pure to me is to eat the placenta. And the drink of my blood is not actually to drink the blood, but rather to drink a woman's, how should I say this in the right way? I guess I'll just be, well, I guess I'll just be raw with it.
Yeah,
it's her squirt, or not the blood, but the squirt, the part above the opening, right, where the blood comes out. The part above of the blood is above the blood, the squirt, the holy water of the woman. So I think, to me, that would be the water of life. And I can't find any information written down on this except for the placenta deal. For this theory I have for eternal life, and you seem to be well versed in this area of research.
Well, like I said, you know, when you talk about this blood of life, the whole concept of these sacrificial blood come from Christianity. Then we got to ask ourselves where they get the concept from. What predates Christianity was Minoan culture. And what predates Jesus was the serpent goddess. And she was just a personification of the uterus. In a lot of art, you'll see that they portray Jesus as the uterus. So you right on that it's all about our mother and the blood that she sacrificed for us being here. Hover, that's the word hover, meaning nut, who represents the pregnant arch of a belly. Remember that firmament. So I mean, it's deep stuff, because hover and over became Hova, like Jehovah, and you're just talking about the ovary. Go ahead, you got it. The ovaries is Hova or Jehovah.
See, I've got this other theory too, that a man, we carry 2 eggs. We shouldn't crack them the way we do, like how Santos says, do with the ejaculation. I think we have 2 eggs, and one is female and one is male, and it satisfies both the need or wanting to have a male or wanting to have a female. The only issue is which one is which. But instead of having many, many, many children, we only get 2 chances. And with this artificial insemination, I think that when a child hits puberty at a young age, 13, 14, the egg that's small enough to be artificially inseminated into a woman in order for that one egg to then become a child and grow up. But then I think that would it then spawn a giant or a Nephilim? You know, well, and I can't find anything on that.
I think the problem is one thing I want to challenge you to do is when you say that the male has the eggs, it doesn't. I've done research, and my research leading me to see that the man doesn't have no eggs. It always was the female who carried the eggs. Back to the patriarchal world we live in, of patriarchal deities, concepts. When you say Bible, you're saying the double bowl. Remember that the paradises, they hide in the mother, because paradise is the womb of the woman. And these people will tell you that from having sex. And I don't know if I'm not saying this in particular, nobody, because I know some of you on the panel may teach that. Shout out to all of you. But I'm saying that sex is what keeps life coming in and out of this place. But just to stay on subject, because I'm all over the place. Yeah, you're right, man. That I'm right that
okay, man.
Eggs. The woman has every egg in her lifetime already in her when she's in the womb of her mom. It's already there. So the man doesn't carry the eggs. We carry the light spark that activates the consciousness and the soul that's already in the egg. So the egg is lifeless until the man empowers it with the electrical charge. They said when you have an orgasm, males, you have a discharge. It's an electrical L energy discharge, and that's what empowers that conscious soul that's already in the egg.
So then I guess in that way, then I guess I would say that the male has 2 sparks, and we can inseminate the female with both of our sparks for both sides of the uterus. We are instead of breaking the spark up in the multiple sparks or discharges, we can just take our 2 sparks that we have and put them inside the female as one, instead of keep breaking them up and breaking them up and breaking them up. What do you think about that? Well, have you found anything on anything like that?
Yeah, the male don't have 2 sparks. The male have what we call 2 balls.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid that.
Yeah, these balls produce many sparks. Those 2 balls is you get 2 sticks to create a spark. You get 2 sticks and you strike them together and you get fire, right? You get a discharge. Right. Balls are. They creating fire. They're creating liquid discharge by that duality, and it's called a sperm or a spark. And once it touches the egg, it's like putting batteries inside of the robot. The robot already programmed to be it's programmed automatically to be a robot until you put the electricity in it. That's what the male represent. We the one that says clear.
I know that you get what I'm saying. I'm just not using the right words or terminology, I guess. I guess I said like this. So we have two balls. So we have two chances to create two very unique life forms of us. So we take one ball, or we take both balls, and put them into the woman, and on each side of the was it the uterus, or yeah, the, I don't know, with the where the egg, where everything, you know, the top of the Y, or the top of the Aries horns there, that the vagina represents on the inside, like males are inside out, and you know, so we could take two balls and put them both into those little pockets there at the top, left and right, and then together they come down and form one. But then we would lose our balls, but we wouldn't lose our spark. But we would only have two chances to create either two life forms or two together as one, when two become one. So I'm wondering if you have found anything on that. I can't seem to find anything that relates to that at all.
Yeah, I don't really understand where you're going with it.
Okay.
Yeah, you kind of with that one. Go ahead.
This is what I'd like you to, if you wouldn't mind, if you would say type something in the chat of this, and then that way I can go more, because I don't know how to talking to you and have you soundboard with me so I can figure out the correct things to say, and it's going to take some time, and I really don't want to drag this. I mean, I don't want it to seem like I'm dragging it off subject or in any other direction other than what it should be. And I'd like to rather get it into a focused point to talk about, rather than to try to figure it out now and try to explain what I'm trying to say, I guess.
No problem. I'm gonna mute my mic, man. That's fine. Shoot me an email or whatever, and we can have a one-on-one.
I've been having troubles with the emails. The emails I've been sending out, I'm getting failed to send or failed to receive notifications, and I don't know if it's because my email or my internet connection or what. So that's why I was asking if you could type something in this chat. That way I can pull you into a PM one hangout chat.
All right, for sure. Yeah, we're gonna keep the conversation going. No, I'm gonna do that.
Thank you very much.
No doubt.
Because I'd really like to talk to you about it, because you seem very well versed in this area of research, and you're finding information that I'm not able to find. You know.
Cool. Thanks then, Wiz. Thanks, bro, for that then. And you'll talk to each other. Santos, are you there? Santos?
Yes, I certainly am.
So what do you make of all that conversation then?
Oh, wonderful. Just wonderful. Very inspired today. I think it's been a great day for syncretism today, really. Bro Sanchez, of course, everything there is just absolutely mirroring and complementing my work, which proves it's zeros and ones. It's a hermaphrodite, bipartisan Godhead of Radha and Krishna, black light and white light dancing, creating all of this beautiful backdrop. And then comes FPV with the model that confirms the angles, because of course they are angels. Everything is conscious. When you look at that model of the cosmos, you see the brain cells, the synapses and the dendrites in the brain of God, as Proclus, the great Neoplatonist of the 5th century, said. You are looking at the cells of God's brain. Hence, when you look at 0 degrees Aries to 2 hours right ascension Aries, you will see the stars of the cerebrum of the demiurgos's mind, because the demiurgos is all of these angles. And all of these angels and angles are doing their work faithfully and loyally, and holding the 4 winds and the 4 corners of the earth, as the scriptures say, and they are this massive system of light, and there are billions of these. They are endless. They're called bubbles in the Bhagavad Gita. It says, from Krishna's navel come forth billions of worlds and universes. And you can see that in some of the graphs that I've shown in some of my presentations. So everything is conscious. It's all conscious. It's a conscious light work. And atum or ma'at is the matrix, and it's the 0 to which jumps into 1, her partner, and then she does, and that's the even cube of creation. And then the Father who art in heaven, that's the different Trinity. There's always 2 confused sets of Trinities, and that's the odd number, which amounts to 27. And from his voice, the Logos, come forth the 27 letters of all alphabets. Some have added 2 to make 29. Some have taken away from that 5 and to start with 22 letters. But they're just systems. They all harmonically refer back to the 1, the monad, or the 0, which is the black light, the Krishna, the transcendental number, the number which transcends all the other numbers, because they're all abstract. They're not, you can't find a number and put it in your pocket, there are no numbers. But it's Amun, all is Amun, or number, because of how this cube has the numbers represented perfectly in it. So I wanted to share a few things that Bro Sanchez inspired for me. Let me put my video back on. I just realized it was off. And I want to share my screen and show something very, very interesting. I learned Japanese back in 2005. I learned to write Chinese kanji. I learned hiragana and katakana. Okay, so hiragana, oh no, we don't want that, is an interesting alphabet. And you have a look at Saturn's glyph, the number 5, as Bro Sanchez says, there it is, that magic number. And then you go to the letter for this letter here in, can you see my screen? Oh no, what did I do?
Yeah, all good here.
Yes, we can see you, Santos. I just couldn't get back on in quick enough.
Oh yeah, okay. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
I'll just see this letter here. This is from the hiragana language. Can you see that? Okay, that's chi, as in chi energy. Okay, it's the 5. It's the letter chi in Japanese in hiragana, because in katakana it looks like katakana is a different. That's the katakana one here. Katakana, please pay attention. That's chi. And this also manifests in reiki, karate, karaki, ki, ka. Ka is Mars, okay? Action. But it's also rooted in Saturn. And here it is. And what else does chi mean? Well, my stepdaughter, of course, I was married to a Japanese woman for 10 years and raised her daughter Chihiro. Her name means I went past it here. Chihiro, this means 1,000. Okay, 1,000 hero. It just means it's got everything to do with life and multiplication and energy, the chi energy. Okay, so and you'll see it a lot in Japanese words. It usually has to do with something little, like chisai in Japanese means a little bit. Thank you, just chisai, chi. Okay, so it's also in the end of my word bonacci. Okay, bon means good energy. Or the true translation of Bonacci means good disposition, because chi also means disposition or nature. Well, that's chi, okay? Nature, chi. And so the prana of life, the chi, and it's Saturn. So I'm really grateful, because I did notice this a long time ago, but Bro Sanchez just absolutely nailed that one for me. Please have a look at the meaning of chi, guys. Go into the etymology.
Santos, I'm not sure whether you're showing a page before or not.
I was sharing all along, yeah?
Yeah, you were on Duma.
Yeah.
Are you still on?
Huh?
You're showing.
Oh, no. Way past, guys. Way past. Did you get all that without the sharing?
Yeah, just someone in the chat room said that the screen's stuck.
All right, well, should I do it again?
I've got the audio, just missed the display.
I think an interesting thing is what he was saying about chi. Another word for chai or chi is pi. As we deal with the I in it is related to pi, because that I is EYE, meaning the see, how we see. When we talk about sight, the root word SI is dealing with 5. Things dealing with psi is 5. So PSI, PHI, CHI, all of this is 5. All of this is Saturn. So let me show you, for example, screen share. Here's the Greek letter or Greek alphabet chi or chi. It's also KI when you say like kilometer or king, you know, or kin, because the root word of king is kindred, kin, dealing with family. So chi is chi or family. But the symbol for it is just the X chromosome, because the X is what creates the family or the tribe. So the cha creates the tribe. The cha creates the tribe, the family. All comes from X, which is that 0 again, that ninja star. When you turn this thing and start throwing it and spinning, it becomes the ninja star. Nen is noon or 9, Ya star. So it's the 9 Ya. You know, when you say ninja, you're saying noon, you're saying Ya. You're talking about feminine deities that became patriarchal. But this is the star of Ishtar, or the asterisk. Became what scientists told us is the asterisk. But this is all goes back to X marks the spot pole. This is called an asterisk. We use it for computers today. Kali. This is Ashtaroth. A goddess named Ashtaroth became asterisk. But I don't even know how I get in this. Oh yeah, this comes from that ripple effect. Remember I was telling you how the 4 corners was emanated from the center. That's what FPV was just saying. I wanted to build on that, y'all, because this symbol became skull and bones. When you look at skull and bones, you're looking at the ripple effect. And I don't know if I went into this. I could have, but you know what I think happens at the North Pole? There is an implosion. I think that there's an explosion and implosion, or a neutral implosion. I don't know how that would look, but they try to show us this in a lot of NASA art. But you can see it clearly in the ripple effect of how that would look. At the North Pole, I believe, is a great crossroads where our cosmos meet up with other cosmoses amongst the, like how you reach intersection in your neighborhood. Peru is a cosmological boulevard, a cosmological 4-way intersection. And from that, that's a portal where we can go into that and go to other portals. If we keep this multiverse ripple effect in mind. Somebody says Santos taught that Brahma created many cosmoses from his navel. I heard that story. It's a very beautiful one. And when we look at it, when we talk about the North Pole being a tree of life, there must also be infinite amount of these trees that's connected via a root system. So I think we can be born in different centers, or like right now we're in Maru, but I think there's other centers from other smaller creators, perhaps. This is just a belief, and where worlds merge and four-way intersections. I don't know. Maybe our North Pole four-way intersection is a result of four merging worlds coming together to create this one. There's so many things I think about now that I look at this ripple effect. I'd like to hear you guys continue building on it, because what I saw with this ripple effect was I simplified it, guys. We have a singularity, four corners around it. So you have a dot in the middle of an X. That's very simple. This explains why some people say the pyramids were created from the top down. I know y'all heard that nonsense a plenty of times. The ancestors didn't create the pyramids from the top down. The cosmological pyramid was created from the top down because the Most High spoke down upon the voices of the waters of the great deep. So yes, the earth pyramid was created from the top down. But before I pass the mic, keep that in mind about that point of singularity casting out four corners. We're looking at with this skull and bone is those 4 points is the ripples, or the 360. It's the all-seeing eye above it all, or the disco ball, Polaris. So when we look at skull and bones, I think that's what they're trying to tell us is the ripple effect, because this also represents the reaper. This also represents poison, but they cursed it. The root word of poison is poise, dealing with posture, dealing with standing upright and being vertical. So poison is good, meaning poise, posture, standing upright, being, which is holy, because it's about mimicking this ripple effect. But to sum this up, we see these symbols everywhere. My brother bought some beer the other day, and he bought Miller High Life. And I was looking at the logo beer that he bought. Hold on a minute. Here it is. You have the moon goddess in the middle, or the great mother with the witch hat on. Remember that witch hat that she got on? It's this middle ripple. So look at the witch hat on her head. You look, she represents the all-seeing eye. With the 4 corners, you can see your 4 corners, or an X. That's your 360. This is Mount Meru they giving us, man. Look at here. And look at Miller High Life. And I think it's something because they call this the high life. Now, the high life is the view from the 5, the 5th dimension that Brother Sanchez telling you about. The high life is when you're hovering above the pyramid, 5 dice, or the seal. You looking at the great seal. So if we was hovering above this ripple effect, looking down upon that driplet, or that mother, or that womb down there, as the highlight, that mound in the middle, it will be a dot with 4 corners, or a 360 round there, just like we see with skull and bones. That's what caused the ripples. And to make it so crazy, if you look at Google Hangouts, this in mind, look at Google Hangouts, look at my icon. They telling you the same thing with Google Hangouts, how my voice vibration is making rings come from my avatar. You see how this works? They're even telling you this on this live stream, and they're calling it a stream dealing with water, dealing with waves. And my icon is the ripple effect, creating these vibrations that's affecting all of you. So everything we do ties into this ripple effect.
Yeah, we can see that with the ripples.
Excellent. You know, I do music, and when I'm recording sound, different sound waves look different visually. So it's important that we can see vibration, because people don't see how sound can act as a barrier. Even my words can create a barrier, like a state line or a border line. That's a verbal barrier, an invisible barrier, a sound barrier that we create by speaking it and saying, don't you cross this line. And if you do, you're going to die. So you create a sound barrier with your words, and a sound barrier is the firmament. Remember that the root word of firmament is Fi, dealing with 5, because the firmament is a 5 dice. It's a bowl. It's vibration. It's what the firmament is a Tibetan bowl. You know how Tibetan bowls ring? That's what the firmament is. It's a Tibetan bowl. It's ringing. It's a ringing torus field. That's what creates the vibration.
Yeah, I just came across one of those the other day. Someone was showing that in a video, one of those bowls.
Well, everything is frequencies and vibrations, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely vibrations. You're spot on, bro. Thanks for sharing that, brother.
Hey, thank you guys for allowing me to. And thank you, Santos, for inspiring a lot of this great knowledge of mine. I'm so honored that a student of yours can now be on this panel and share some things with you as a great teacher. And it just feels good to be able to, if I can just give Santos one idiom of something that he says, hey, I learned something from you. It's a repayment of all the many things that we all learned from you. So I want to say I'm humble as well.
Yeah, thanks, bro. I really appreciate that. The syncretisms today that have come out have just been absolutely brilliant. You know, like triple, drip, and ripple. You know, when I see things like that, I have a spiritual orgasm. I mean, I'm sure you know what I'm saying, yeah? Drip creates the ripple, yeah? And the drip is the pulse on the longitudinal wave field. And as you were describing before, that the fire waves and so does the water wave. Yeah, all the field dynamics are exactly the same. The vortex in the air is a hurricane, a tornado. In your sink, it's called a whirlpool. Yeah. In the fire, it's called, well, fancy fire waves, but they're the same waves. The field dynamics are always the same. This is God. This is the energy of God releasing from the magnetic pulse into an electric or an electromagnetic wave, and creating blue shift, red shift everywhere it goes. The bull and the tor, the turbulence, you know, the turbine, the Taurus bulls, because the bull comes from the bell, like the Tibetan bell in the middle of the Taurus field, which is the inverse sphere called hyperboloid. Okay, so our Taurus fields, as Ken Wheeler calls them, they have 4 letters. Processional, or rather, reciprocating, processional, hyperboloid, Taurus. That's the true name of the Taurus. Okay, so why is it processing, and why is it the processional rotating field? Well, because of the Lemur, what they call the Lemur frequency, or the electromagnetic retardation. You see, when you know how to manipulate the field and retard that that rate of it's a phi, the golden section unfurlment principle. Okay, according to Stan Tenen, the golden section unfurlment principle. In nature, the Taurus field, everything is in phi. Yeah, well, 5. There you go. And funny how 5 is a constructed number. Phi is in reference to phi, the Greek letter, which is in the phi ratio. And when you do the Fibonacci numbers from 1 to 144, the first 12 digits, 5 is the 5th letter in that sequence. And then, of course, as I said last week, the E is the 5th letter, and the V is the Roman numeral for number 5. You know, so it's totally constructed from the Taurus construction field. Okay, so it's all this fields. They are reciprocating processional. They're reciprocating because at one end it is diverging centrifugally, That's from the center of the hyperboloid, okay? In the center there, that's the stillness. That's the what's called in Greek the incommensurable non-specific incommensurable point. It's nowhere, it's everywhere. Okay, this is what the tesseract hypercute is doing in creating our souls to manifest through this box. Okay, this television. So so what's going on is then those lines are also then centripetally converging at the other end. And so this bowl is the root of ballistic, to thrust out. Hence, when you speak in hyperboles, you're exaggerating, right? And you're speaking hyperbole. So these hyperboles of creation are actually those field dynamics. They are the same in every element, the 4 elements. And so it's the same in the earth too. You see it with volcanoes. What are they? Inverted vortexes, aren't they? You know, trees. Look at Tories. They all look like that. You know, your thorax. Why is your thorax, your chest cavity there, called a thorax? Right in your torso. Well, that's because, and your spinal column is called the Merudanda. Yeah, it's Mount Meru in your body. And Dunda is another anagram for Adam, Adam's mountain, you see. And on top of the mountain is Aries, the cerebrum, Sarah Abraham in the Garden of Eden, your cerebrum, where all the Ceres is produced, the Christ, you see. And so these Taurus fields are producing all of this in their stories. And we are actors and authors in these stories. So this is how the projection works. It's definitely a projection. So, but once we understand that these Taurus fields have a certain amount of retardation to them, we can speed that retardation up, and that's how time speeds up. And when you slow that retardation down and you learn how to do it, that's what the black magicians can do, yeah, because they are magicians. Yeah, funny how it starts with mag, doesn't it? To move. So if you move, if you can control the movement of it, then you can manipulate everything. Now I want to share my screen. Please folks, can you tell, please follow me, and if I'm not sharing the screen, tell me, because I made a lot of good points, but you needed to see what I was, so jump in. If you can't see me screen.
We can see your screen. Yeah.
Great. Okay. See this Japanese letter? This is chi in hiragana. Okay. This is one of Japan's languages. Okay. And this is katakana chi. Look at it. It looks like a cross. Okay. Now this is the 5 that Bro was talking about. Okay. And as I said before, many onomatopoeic, watch that word there, mato, atom is hiding in there. Onomatopoeic means words that sound like they should sound like, you know, like many words. Okay, so like they come from sound. Okay, and beginning with this chi, this is the chi sound in Japanese, are small or quick. And like I was saying, chisai in Japanese means small. So you can see how Saturn is a constrictor. He makes small, you know, and he quickens things in nature because he is the one who permeates nature. Saturn is the earth element. Okay. And a funny thing is too, if you look up the kanji for Saturn, for earth in Japanese, you get good old Saturn. Okay, instead of the 5 going around like that, wrapping around, it's just the earth line with the cross on top of it. But rest assured, guys, I can tell you in many ways how this is Saturn. Okay, I won't be talking about it now, but I can prove that comprehensively. There's Saturn's 5 that Bro Sanchez was talking about. There's the chi. you know, in Bonacci, as I was saying. Okay, and I was saying my stepdaughter, his name is Chihiro. Okay, let's have a look at that name. Well, you can look it up yourself because I don't know how to find it now. I blew that. Chihiro means, it has to do with 1,000, like heroic, you know, 1,000 joys, 1,000 blessings. You see, so it's all about the numbers rooted in Saturn, and most probably the number 5, you know, because it makes sense. And yes, when you do start with 0, everything makes sense, especially when you look at your hands. Start with 0 and go to 9. Never count 1 to 10. Never do this. And so what you're doing now is you're producing the effect of numbers in your own reality and their power, and you'll recognize their powers. Okay, they are, and there it is. So Chi is also in karate and Reiki. There's many other key words, but this route is worth looking into, guys. Okay, so that's what I thought of when Bro Sanchez was doing that. Did you see all those slides?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Good.
See them,
Okay.
Santos?
Yeah, well, I'm on the Walter Russell page here. If you just go in here, you can see his images. I've been meditating on these because you'll see here how if you understand this point right here in the middle of these, you know, rubrics cubes or whatever you want to call them, Matrona or Metatron's cube or the Tesseract, the here is counter space. And as Eric Dollard says, if you don't understand counter space, you can't understand this material world. Bro Sanchez mentioned, just one more point, Bro Sanchez mentioned solid. Well, Sol Invictus, the sun, the solenoid, the soul of the universe, Ra radiating, is the chief principle behind solidity, so-called, because his name is hiding in there. Sol Invictus. I'll hand over.
Okay, yeah. I don't really think that one particular part of the creation is responsible for something as grand as soul. I think the reason they named the sun soul is because they were exalting the sun, which is blasphemy. The sun wasn't always named soul. It's not responsible for solidity or in a sense that it creates physicality. But I do agree with what you're saying. The light is responsible for solidity. And I don't necessarily mean the sunlight. The moon is a light too. I mean light, period. When I say light, it has nothing to do with the sun and moon, but has everything to do with newness. Or when I think about light, the first thing I do is close my eyes. This is how I see light. And that is, light to me is new things. Baby is new light. L-I in light, life is all the same to me. Life and death, darkness and life, door open, door closed, left and right. Hey, it's nothing is better than the other one, but we do know darkness holds a spot, being that it started from darkness when we look at Genesis. But what I want to point out is you were saying, Santos, a minute ago. I think I already see my mind is bad. You was just saying something about soul. Thank you. Yeah. So soul, to me, everything is soul. Everything is spirit. Spirit is spiral. Souls come in and out of existence through spiral positions. That's the Fibonacci sequence. The Fibonacci sequence is just looking down at a slinky. let me share your screen again, Santos, because you showed something and you called it counter space. And I want to break something down. I want to use that to show something with now. If you can pull that back up, it was like a little slinky with counter space, which she was talking about.
You want me to share that?
Yes, please. So I can explain to you exactly how I see the concept.
Why isn't it? Oh, yes, I've got it. Okay. Now I've got to go back to that page because Walter Russell. Walter. Yeah, okay. Image. Have a look. No, image. I believe you were talking about this one. Yeah.
Looking at your screen. Let me take a look. Hold on a second.
You're showing a chat, Santos, that you're having with someone else.
Okay, yeah, we're looking at Jose Matanza right now.
Let's see if I can fix that. How do I do that? Damn, man. Shit.
Okay, if you can tell me how to, what the Google, I can pull it up. It was the one where you was talking about.
Here it is, man. This one. Can you see my screen?
Yes. So yeah. Look, about that because I'm familiar with this symbol.
Yeah.
You're looking at a crescent, a moon crescent. The ancients knew about this symbol. Keep it up there for me for a minute. When you look at a moon crescent, you're looking at a band. You're looking at the C that we get for Christ. You're looking at the 3 for Trinity. C is the 3rd alphabet. Remember, the capital C or the C is the same. Lowercase and big is it's the same, just small or big. The alphabet C sounds like SEA or water. You know, we see. And your eyes shaped like the alphabet C. They are arches. We see with the C, or with the arch of our eyes, which is C or water. I hope y'all see what I'm saying here. It can be confusing, but I'm trying to tell you the alphabet C is the C. It's the arch dome, the pregnant belly with the waters. It's the C. So it's the 3. That's why it rhymes. It also rhymes with E because they're all the same, the dome, the crest, the Trinity. All right. The E is the trident, the 3. All this is the same. Santos, the stuff you're teaching about, I teach about the exact same things, but I teach like I'm teaching to kindergartens, and you teach like that college professor we all wish we had. I think that both of us is on to something big, being that I understand where you coming from. They'll definitely understand when if you go and if Santos is saying something someone don't understand, a job for breaking it down for them in a simple way. Now keep that up for one more thing, Santos. I want to point out one more thing, one more time. 2 more minutes, the same picture. We're looking at a spring, and that's a beautiful thing. Keep that up for a minute. Let me talk about this, because what we're looking at is divine. When we look at the moon crest, we have a C, and there's a duality of these 2 crests. All right. You know, the different phases of the moon. And each crest is a point of tension, representing the diamond or 10. This is where the band happens. And the slinky, if you ever played with a slinky, all you got to do is create the first initial movement, and the slinky will keep on going on its own. It's creating energy on its own based on that motion that Santos showed earlier when I was on the board, when I broke down the 10 commandments, when we broke down the line with the paradise and the 2 bowls. That's your slinky. That's what's creating yin and yang. That's your ripple effect, your water that's swelling and your water that's denting. That's the capital S, or the number 5. All right. That's your slinky. That's your spring that gives you energy. Now, This plays out on all levels, because when Jesus was put to death, he didn't go straight to heaven. He went to hell first. In order for you to go up, you must first go down. Okay, if I tell you to jump right now, you're gonna bend your knees and you're gonna go down first. This is spring energy, slinky energy. When springtime comes, it's after fall. When everything has went down, now it's ready to spring forth again. All right, and that's the same way you go down to jump up high. Everything happens this way. So what you're looking at in the middle of this diagram, what Santos is showing you, what he's calling counter space, is really central space, tense space, the point of tension where you get the energy from. This would be the equivalent of you pulling an arrow on a bow. That point that allows that arrow to fly is the point of tension. Remember that root word 10, because the bow is the 0 and the arrow is the 1. We act this out in all levels of our reality. So when you're looking at this picture that Santos showing you, something else I want to point out, and I'm gonna be through with it. Sling device shapes like a vagina. It shapes like a shell. So stare at Santos' picture for a minute. Look at how it shapes like a shell. Okay. And the word shell has the word L in it, dealing with this god of Saturn. The word swell, all right? And also the word shell, because a shell is a covering, is what bends like this slinky. That's Nut. She's the point of tension, all right? So she bends just like this slinky he's showing, and that point that he's calling counter space is simply the gal's axis, what became the galaxy or her great womb. That's that triangle at the middle of my ripple effect that I keep pointing out to you. That's the pitcher's mound. That's what allows that ball to be thrown to the batter. Remember, the batter is the phallus. That's the masculine. That's why a man say when he has I scored. And when he scored, the referee raises the hands up just like the mother goddess. So I don't know if y'all can see my screen, but I have the mother goddess with her hands up creating them 4 points. But her belly is that 5th point, because that's the point of tension. One moment, Santos. Her belly is the 5th point because that's where the baby comes in. That's what turns into a bulge. So when you look at, keep that up, Santos, I'm almost through here. Mother Goddess with her hands raised, you see 4 points, just like Nut. But the 5th point is Gab. That's the baby that's in her belly that she's covering. And the belly is the 5th point, because once she's impregnated, it becomes a mountain. It becomes a bulge. Just like you impregnate that lake with a rock, a bulge is formed. That's that 5th point. That's where creation happens from. Remember, creation is crease. So let's go back to Santos' picture tile of this end before we get out of here. Santos, keep that up one more time. And I'm going to tie it up all together right here, and I'm going to be through with this. So that slinky in the middle of this picture creates a shell. It creates a swell, a bulge that shapes like a shell or a triangle. And now I'm going to share my screen at this time. If you keep that slinky he's showing you, it's like this thing. Can you see how they both shape the same way? They're telling you the same thing that Santos is showing you. I'm just breaking it down a little differently. So what that slinky thing is the shell. Now, this represents the underworld because this is also the Nagini. The Nagini is Satan representing the underworld, but it represents Sheol. Sheol became Sheol. So Sheol is Sheol, the Nagini. And it's all that spring energy. This is why Jesus had to go down so he can go up. He had to go down into Sheol to get the energy to even be able to spring upward to heaven. Just like if I tell you to jump, you got to bend first. Crawl before you walk. All right. So the Nagini represents the genie or the Genesis, because the beginning is the end. That's what the Ouroboros telling you. So the shell is hell or Sheol, where we go down into the ground so that we can rise up again into those waters of baptism of the woman. The horizontal line is Geb, that's death, destruction, and a vertical line is life, which is when we stand up out of the womb and become vertical. That vertical line created the horizontal end. So they show you this all the time. Let me break this down. Spring out the way and the shell and the hell out the way. Down. So here's what they teaching. Bang. Vertical pole. The top part of this vertical pole above this point of singularity is the voice of the Most High. The bottom part of this vertical pole is the sea of potential, or the canvas. All right, the great deep waters of the great deep. When the voice of the Most High looked down upon the face of the deep and spoke, the vibration traveled downward, made impact with the face of the deep, and the baby that was born was our horizontal line, or our horizon, our earth. That's Geb. Okay, Geb is the baby that was born based on that vertical marriage and the waters of the deep. All right, and because of that, we have existence here. So our reality is nothing but vibrating water. Think of a petri dish. When you put bacteria in the middle, it spreads from the center evenly outwards. It's like that ripple effect. Okay, if you think of a ripple effect and turn some music on next to water, you'll create the ripple effect in your glass, because that sound is vibration, and that's all we live in. Nothing is physical. You perceive it as physical, but it's just vibration. Sound can act as a solid. I cut my bass drum up loud, I can feel it, man. And if you imagine a bass drum the size of a mountain, and if you cut it up loud, nothing will be able to pass those sound waves, not even, because sound is a barrier. It can act as a solid. So sound is what creates this illusion of solidity, you know. But yes, when the voice of the Most High spoke down upon the faces of the deep, it created the vibration or the ripple effect, our horizontal reality. And you can see that here with this. So I think I better fall back at this time, because remember that paradise is a two bowls, meaning the firmament above and Sheol below. And Sheol below is just a spring. When we go down into the ground, we're just a seed that's waiting to grow back up again. It's all a concept of a continuum that we living in. So when we go in the ground, we go back up again. So paradise is a pair of bowls, just like we see here with the Big Bang, because when you say Big Bang, you're saying binary explosion. The first two words of big is bi, B-I, like Bible. Bible is two bowls, paradise. So they're telling you the same thing. This is a Bible that you're looking at, Old Testament, New Testament. In the middle would be present or serpent. That would be your ripple. That's the now. Old Testament, New Testament creates the now, like past and future creates the present. So Big Bang is binary explosion that's creating this current wave that we're all surfing right now. It's the Bible, or the double bowl, the double bull, the past and the future that's creating this present wave that we're riding called life. So I'm gonna mute my mic, guys.
Yeah, I think Santos is yeah.
Yep. Am I still sharing?
Yeah, you are.
Nice. Okay. So we're back on that slinky, the spring. All of those syncretisms were just absolutely exquisite, especially the shell, which proves that we are all tapping into and knowing and understanding the only language that exists, which is atom, atomology. And no one called this the shell. English didn't turn around and say, wait a minute, I'm going to just now make this word shell. Yeah. It's in the nature, embedded in the torus field. So if you understand this, here, this point here, can you see the slinky? This here, this is Aries arising. The next 30 degrees of this ecliptic, of this arc here, will be Taurus. Then Gemini will be over here at the wave amplitude. Then Cancer starts to decline. It goes to this peak over here. This is now Libra. You see? And over here we have Capricorn, and then we go back to Aries. Every wave starts in Aries and ends in Pisces. Okay? So now, to see what the... please check out this video by Stan Tenen. Okay, and look at the tan and the tenon in his name. Dance of the Hebrew alphabet letters. Okay, now he uses this apple to model his cosmos. And he says, these are the apples of creation. Everything is in this apple. And he cuts it up in 3 segments of 4 for his 4 fingers. And he places his thumb in the middle, in the apple core. And he puts his hand in 3 different positions, and it goes all the way around the apple in a 12ness. Okay? And he uses 22 letters, but he also uses 29. Okay? So 29, I've spoken many times why alphabets reach out to that far, but the true number is the 27, definitely. The full complete number of letters for the cosmos. Now have a listen to Santana, and please tell me, I hope you can hear this. I want you to see what he says here about his little model of the cosmos and his Jewish understanding of it.
Apostles, there were 12 knights around the round table, there are 12 imams of Shia Islam, there are 12 houses to the zodiac. There are a whole number of 12 around 1 forms. And in the middle, of course, if we were to open it, this disc, I don't know if you can see this very well, but the disc is the flat earth.
This disc is the flat earth. Go back.
Number of 12 around 1 forms. And in the middle, of course, if we were to open it, this disc, I don't know if you can see this very well, but the disc is the flat earth. This is where, I'll put it inside, maybe you can see the hand in there. You put the hand inside, this disc becomes the earth, there's the sun, this is the heavens, the dome. And what we've got in our model, again, is a model hand. Now, why a model hand? Well, now we're going to get back to the discussion. The hand, the human hand, is a form that is automatically possible to be visualized by human beings. Even a child, even a blind person can see their own hand. If you close your eyes, you can try it right now with me on the camera. Just close your eyes and point towards something. Move your fingers any way you'd like. Move your hand any way you'd like. You can see where your hand is pointing. There, I'm saying how. Well, I know that my fingers are up, my thumb is pointing this way, well, etc. And when I open my eyes, I see it's correct. We each know our own hands. Now, since the letters are shadows of this model hand, as I tip my hand, I can immediately see the letters. And that's what we found. Now, why should that be? Well, it makes sense because the hand is the means by which we project our conscious reality, our conscious wills, into the physical universe. We dispense our consciousness into physicality by means of the hand. The human hand is the human embodiment of a general projective principle. The Kabbalistic tradition teaches that the universe is created by the will of God, not the essence of God. We express our will in the physical world with our hands. Metaphorically, God expresses the creation of the universe, dispenses it into physicality as an unfurlment, as a projection of his will. And that's the model being presented.
Just want to go back. I hope you picked up that word unfurlment. Here it comes again.
Expresses the creation of the universe, dispenses it into physicality as an unfurlment, as a projection of his will. And that's the model being presented. Now, I'll go into more of the details later, but I'd like to go through the letters. We've got to back up one more small step. And I'm not going to do this with the charts that I usually show. I'm just trying to do it all with my hands. If you remember the chart that we showed in the Matrix of Meaning for Sacred Alphabets, it was an Enneagram. 3 levels of Enneagram, 3 levels of 9. Well, if my thumbs go together in the middle, then I've got 9 points here. And we could go from Aleph to Beit to Gimel to Dalet to Hey to Vav to Zion to Chet to Tet using the Hebrew names. And we could continue that Yod, Chaf, Lamed, Mem, Nun, Samech, Ayin, Pei, Tzadi, Kuf, Reish, Shin, Tav, final Kaf, final Mem, final Nun, final Fei, final Tzadi. And we get a logical matrix, if you remember that tape, where the Aleph, the Yud, and the Kuf at 3 levels, the level of Keter, of archetypes, the level of Chachma, internal wisdom, and the later level of Bina, external understanding, each 3 levels, Aleph, Yud, and Kuf. Aleph, Yud, and Kuf represent the seed, the beginning point. The Beit, the Kof, and the Reish, they represent breaking open. They represent the first distinction. The Gimel, the Lamed, and the Shin, they represent action. The Gimel Dalet represents division, dispersion, dilution. I'll just go through the first rank to make it simple. You can look at the charts with the other tape. The Hey is connection. It's in the middle. It's a frame. The Vav is a pin. The Zion is a projective marker, indicates projective action, growth. Zerah is a seed. The Chet is to surround, as a perimeter, as a fenced field. The Tet means totality, wholeness. The tithe, the teat, the gratuitous addition after the child is born to bring to full maturity. And again, with the 9 for each of the other 2 levels of the alphabet. And so we've assigned a logical meaning to each letter based on a logical matrix, which is based on the mathematics of the 27 lines that determine the surface of a hypersphere or of a torus. Again, that's on the other tape, and we'll get to it later.
Now, just let me go into the start of 2. I won't bore you too much. You can watch this yourself. You'll see he goes through the projections. He actually shows you how you turn your hands and you can actually see the letters of the Hebrew alphabet. They come from the cosmos. Now, Tony Bushby, a Queenslander here, where I live in Queensland, Australia, is a great researcher. I've read all his books. I've got them all. And he talks about the letters of the Hebrew alphabet, the 22, are cast in shadows when you put a sundial in the ground with 2 intertwined kundalini serpents, a la Moses and his copper serpent, brazen serpent in the wilderness. Of course, Moses is not literal. Moses is the sun on the ecliptic, burning Taurus fields, Sol Invictus. Okay, so here we go. And so the shadows are made, produced on the ground. It's all in nature. The same with Greek, the same with, it's no use someone saying, oh, the Greeks rave on about their language is the mother language and blah, blah. The Egyptians, the Sanskrit people, the Prakrit, the runic people, they all want to claim first place. There's only one first place, and that's nature's voice. And her language is etymology. So you don't speak any other language. And we don't invent languages. We don't name the sun. The book of Enoch calls the son Thomas. Okay, well, in the Bible, it's called Jesus. In the Hebrew scriptures, it's called Moses, Abraham, Noah in his freaking ark. That's the ark of archetypes. The archetypes that come from the ecliptic. Aryans are different to Pisceans, because the energy they are born in when the sun is on the ecliptic at that particular time generates certain dynamics in the individual. And this is how the hands work in Hebrew. Listen up, folks. This is wisdom, God wisdom. And don't be stumbled that he calls God him, because it's him and her. This is the illusion we fall into. We got to go beyond this and reclaim these words. They're not limiting, they're expanding, they're expansive words.
Consistent with the traditional teaching about the name of the letter. When we say that the letter Pei, for instance, means mouth And that's what the Hebrew tradition says it means. We can look on our chart and we see that the letter Pei on the chart means to swallow or to engulf a volume. That's the function of our mouth. It swallows or engulfs a volume, the letter Pei. When we say the letter Samach, Samach literally means to support. Well, if we look at our chart, we find that Samach is related to the golden mean unfurlment principle, which is a fundamental support for this reality. It's an unfurlment principle. We could go through the whole alphabet that way, and the charts are there, and you can see them. What I'm going to show you now is something most extraordinary and really interesting, I think, and that is the sequence of hand gestures that give you the letters of the alphabet in alphabetical order, with each gesture, the natural meaning of the gesture being the meaning of the letter that enables you to see that letter. The gesture enables you to see the letter when you're looking at it. I'll go through that again. I think I got a little confused in saying it, but we'll do it. And we're going to find that those gestures and those meanings are consistent with the chart and with the traditional meaning. And the motion I'm going to show you, and this is very important, this is not to be taken as a final determining path that I'm going to show you. There could definitely be changes and corrections, modifications and improvements. It should be a smooth, dynamic flow. Also, I'm only going to show you the letters in alphabetical order, Aleph to Bet to Gimel to Dalet to Hey to Vav, etc. If you're reading a text, you have to go between any letter and any other letter. And that's not the same as alphabetical order. That's why we believe in Sefer Yetzirah, the book of formation, they give a multiplication table for all the letters. And they take the 22-letter alphabet, they skip the letters that connect to themselves, and they go Aleph times Bet, Aleph times Gimel, Aleph with Dalet, Aleph with Hey, Bet with Aleph, Bet with Gimel, Bet, etc. The whole multiplication table. You multiply it out, you get 231 possibilities, not counting reversals. We would have to master all of those 231 transitions before we could actually read the text. That's the next step. Let me get the path of unfurlment on the record for you so you can see it and start to play with it. I'm going to go through it relatively continuously, and then I'm going to go through it and tell you the names and the meanings of the letters, and then maybe we'll focus in on the individual letters and talk about them a little bit also. Remember, these are provisional. I can see the letter that I'm telling you about in my right hand as a shadow of the model hand. If you were to look through my left hand into my eyes, you would see the same letter in my left hand. Now, we'll show that to the camera in a few examples later on. Let's just do it. Okay, here are the hands in my...
By the way, guys, what he's cut out here is 1/3 of the apple. His thumb is in the apple core. Okay, so this is 4 segments. His hand is 4 segments of the ecliptic around the apple. So 4 signs. So if we go over to here, we see his model here. There you go, the stand tenon model. There's what he described as the flat earth. There's the seed. There's the hyperbole, the inverse of the sphere. And here is the thing that he has cut out, a cross section. And his thumb is in here, and he is projecting this torus field. This is the hand of God, the Yod of creation, okay? So, and Yod is the 10th letter.
And you know what?
Yep.
You know, you said something about yard, and when you was talking about his thumbs, the way his thumbs is shaped, it's just like a woman knitting a quilt. And when you said yard, I thought yarn, because his hands look like the creator yarned together our cosmos with this. This is interesting.
Beautiful. Yep. Good pickup.
Model. This is the one we had on the matrix of meaning tape, and it's only a finger width model. The right hand is a 60-degree increment. If it were fully 1/3 of the circle, it would be 120 degrees. 60 degrees is a lot easier to make, and you can see all you need to see on it. As we try the other thicknesses, the other widths of hands, we may learn some additional modifications to the system. The letters we're going to see are the Rashi Nachmanides letters, which are on the charts in the Meru material. We're only going to do the 22-letter alphabet now. In the past, we've attempted to generate the 27 this way. I've come to believe that it's the 22-letter alphabet.
Not the 29. There you go, guys. Let me correct myself. The 29 is from the Bok Saga, the Nordic people. They say that root language is based in 29 letters. Here's the Hebrew 27-letter version. I hope Judith is not cringing in her.
Yes, we've attempted to generate the 27 this way. I've come to believe that it's the 22-letter alphabet that's the key for this system now. And so we're going to go through the 22 letters and leave the finals for another time. The finals appear on the hypersphere in the idealized 27-letter set. This is the linear 22-letter set mapped onto the alphabet, mapped onto the body. Sorry. Okay, here, let's do it. I can see now an Aleph, and I'm going to unfurl it and say the letter name as I do it. Now I'm looking down at towards my waist, and in my hand, I see the K shape, the Rashi Nachmanides Aleph. Now, if I do this motion, I get Beit. Gimel, Dalet, Hey, Vav, Zion, Chet, Tet, Yud, Chof, Lamed, Mem, Nun, Samech, Ayin, Hey, Sadi, Kuf, Resh, Sheen, Tav. I'm going to go through it again. Aleph, Beit, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, Vav, Zion, Chet, Tet, Yud, Chuf, Lamed, Mem, Nun, Samech, Ayin, Pei, Tzadi, Kuf, Resh, Sheen, Tav. You'll notice I did it with my eyes closed. It's actually easier to do with your eyes closed. And once you've done it for a while, there's no need to even have the model. These are not to be taken as some sort of an idol that is a special thing. This is simply an aid to doing the exercise, which is itself nothing but an aid to doing the meditation. We're not attempting to put forward some sort of new pagan idol of the sacred hand or something. This is definitely not the idea here. Let me do it again, and this time I'll do it more slowly, and I'll tell you about each letter. And perhaps we'll be able to come in on some of them.
Now we're just going to do one letter because you can watch the rest, and you'll see where he's seeing with his mind's eye the letter. Because as you turn that little instrument around, you get all these letters. You get every single 27 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and he shows it. I'm not going to do it here. You can watch this yourselves because that's good for homework.
Do it slowly enough. The first letter, Aleph, maybe I can hold it up so the camera can see it. If I hold this square to the screen, now you can't look down from my eyes, so I'll have to hold it a special angle for you. But I think you'll find that if you just clip off the top here, that looks like a shaped Aleph. And again, you'll find that in the Shavagram book. I think you'll see the K. Well, that's what I'm seeing when I look down at my waist in my right hand. And Aleph is all, the whole thing. So I assume this is just pointing at the whole body somehow. Then Beit means to break open, to birth. And so I've got my knees bending, baruch. My knees are bent, and my hands are open as if I'm birthing. And if you were to look in my left hand, you would be able, if we hold it just so, and again, I'll have to tip it some for the camera. If I can do it. No, I'm losing it here. Let's take the time to do it, though. I want to show you the Rashi Nachmanides Beit, and you should be able to see it there.
Rashmani Nachmanides alphabet is very recognized, and so you see why. Because he knew what he was doing. He probably knew this from some ancient, esoteric Kabbalistic work. So anyway, guys, I'll leave that for you to keep watching there. But I want to flick over now to my presentation, and I'm going to try and put some dimension into what he's doing as well there. And Bro Sanchez, there is an actual electron under the microscope, believe it or not, or a hydrogen atom. Atom. All is atom. Here it is. Researchers in Australia developed this to make electrons perform like this. You can read that. Here's Ken Wheeler's electromagnetic, or the Ferris wheel under the LED LEG lights, and so you see the torus field. Here's the inertial plane, what they call in academia the block wall. Someone needs to mute, guys. You'll spoil it for the rest if you don't. Lots of noise in the background. Still going. Someone needs to mute.
Oh, it might be me.
Yeah, I was just going to say, sorry, bro.
Yeah, because it'll only echo. So here's the dielectric inertial plane, and here are the magnetic divergent centrifugal lines, and then into the whirlpool, into the vortex go the converging centripetal lines. And you see, this is what Krishna, this is Jagannath, this is Krishna. You see the tilak here? This is the dielectric field. This splits the magnetic field. This is the dielectric field right through here, and these are the eyes of the torus vortex. And you see how many petals? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Hare Krishna, the Mahamantra. Because they know. Here's another Ken Wheeler picture. Look at the fish. Can you see Jagannath here, the demon god Krishna? Oh, Satan. Oh, well, look at this. I suppose these are satanic animals as well. You see, the dielectric field splits the body down the center. That's the Meridunda. The torus is in the middle of the torso. And so the eyes will not be symmetrical. This face will not be symmetrical to the other face because the ratio is 1:5. Not so expressed so up close, but should this face be seen expanded, you will see great distortion on the left side from the right side. This is asymmetry, which is natural in the reciprocating processional hyperboloid toruses. Here we go. Look what they knew in New Zealand. They knew about the black and the white, the dielectric field, the torus field. There it is, Jagannath, which gives us the word juggernaut. Yeah. You see there? This is how fish, animals, they're all split down the center, two-faced, duality. This is the hypertrochoid. Here's the hypertrochoid. You'll see it in a pine cone. This is the hyperboloid, bale, bell, ball, and all of the rest of the bullshit. All of the rest of the bull is in this bull, okay? That's the bull. It's the torus and the bull. Here's Stan Tennant's Flat Earth. Here's his little segment that he made. This is from Ken Wheeler. Here we have it in the pine cone. There's the hypertrochoid. There's the flower of life, the Kabbalistic 10 Sephiroth in the middle. Here it is in the cauliflower. Here is the centipede. I mean, the Nazca lines. Look at these Nazca lines. Here's the center of the spider. Here go the centrifugal lines of force.
You know what? Can you go back to that previous one? I never saw that picture of a Kananga before. You showed a different kind of Kananga, and I got them all, but I never ever saw that one before. I don't know where culture is from. Or interrupt you, but yeah, right there.
This one?
Yeah, that at the top, that carving, that's the Dogon Kananga in a whole other culture. I never saw that one.
Get out of here, Scorpion. There you go.
That is awesome. And you know something else is coming together when I hear you talk, because you speak about this bowl and you have that apple, and that everything that the guy taught and what you're doing now, it syncs with that ripple effect to the point where I'm hearing bit apple as split ripple. They both make the same. They both are the same. The bit apple is the split ripple.
Yep.
You know.
Yep. Apple in Proto-Celtic is Bala. Yeah, that's it. You see, the Baal, they are the apples of Baal, the apples of Apollo. This is Apollo. It's a ball. It's a sphere. It's the torus field. You see, it's a field. It's spheric. It has sphericity. It's like it's pear-shaped, 5-to-1. It's egg-shaped, 5-to-1. It's cone-shaped, 5-to-1. Pineal gland-shaped, 5-1. Here's Francesca. Go.
Go ahead. When you say 5-1, that means it's not necessary. I mean, it can be either one of these at any given time, sort of like how the stars change shapes and stuff is moving like that.
Yes, and so the phi would be the fatter side of the egg. The 1 ratio is the narrow side of the egg. If you split it straight down the middle, horizontally, you see? And all eggs are like this. We're living in a cosmic egg. So when Disgrace Tyson says with his cheeky face, it's kind of pear-shaped like my physique, he probably is right, okay? They always drop a seed of truth in their lies, the Satanists. Check out the work of Frank Chester. He's discovered the 7-sided polyhedra because we only know of 5, but this guy has found the heart-shaped polyhedra and he's named it the Chesterhedron. He's still alive, guys. Get on his YouTube and what you'll see is he's discovered the bell. This is the shape, the polyhedra that has been evading Plato and his Platonic solids and Pythagoras and his Platonic solids, or Pythagorean solids, I should say. Here it is. It's the bell. It's Baal. It's in your heart, okay? This is Baal. There's your heart, the core, the apple core is your heart, your corazon, your cœur. Here it is. Apis also means book.
I get it, Santos. I get it now. When we say apple, it's ape and L. Ape and L, huh?
Yep. You got it. You got it. Apis and L. Serapis, Abraxas. They all come from this root, from the bull, the Taurus field. Baal is always associated with bulls, and bulls means apple in Proto-Celtic. But Bala, which is Krishna's name, by the way, Bala Krishna, as you get Cristobal. Yeah, interesting. Christ and Baal, what do they have in common? For what does the table of Christ share in common with the table of Baal? Well, it's the same dude. Bala Krishna, Bala in Persian means divine. Abal is apple. These are the apples. Why do they call them tomatoes pomodoro? Apples of gold, poms of dorato, door. See, arbor is the same root. That's the tree, the Yggdrasil tree in the middle of the paradise. That's the arbor. Abra is an anagram of abra. Abra, abracadabra, as Stan Tenen showed. The aleph is near the stomach. The bet, to break open, is projecting out your abra. Bareshit Elohim Barat. Yeah, because it's bara, the first words of the Hebrew scriptures. Bara, Bareshet. Yeah, Elohim.
This is this is also the imagery you're showing at this time is another way of writing phi or pi.
Yes.
Also, because this god Baal represents that ripple effect as well. I was looking at that. Oh, this is dope.
It is. It's dope. I dig it. I mean, I'm on syncretism every day of my life. And I've been into theology and astrology, even though I was a Jehovah's Witness for 30 freaking years, knocking on people's door, trying to convert them to Jehovah. I was still studying all this stuff. I remember getting into guys like that you never would normally in your teen years, Velikovsky, all of that stuff, you know, Alexander Hislop and the two Babylons. That's where you cut your teeth on syncretism. And he actually taught me this root of Bel is casus belli. That bellicose means to war. So this Bel, it's a god of war. I am Jehovah. I am the god of war, the god of armies, because the bell makes a lot of noise. Okay, it's always on the top of the steeple in the chapel when you're reading your gospel, talking about angels, the evangelicals. Yeah. So it's
and what you saying, along with the bell, we also say things like yell. We're screaming when we're yelling, and
that's right.
That I at the middle of the ripper is also the exclamation point for Yale who ailed. Hey, this is dope. Go ahead, Santos. I'm sorry.
Hot diggity. I'm glad you like it. Okay, so I knew you would. I mean, because why wouldn't you? This is true wisdom. You can see it. All you have to do is offer the evidence properly, and people will see it. They'll come. See the bell on top of the hill. Yeah, Jack and Jill went up the hill. That's the sun and the moon climbing from Capricorn to Cancer, yeah? Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after, because they're always following each other, like the hare and the tortoise. One's slow and one's fast, but the slow one always outdoes the fast one. See the Glock? Our word clock comes from Glocke. Glockenspiel is a bell. Glocke means bell. Ding dong, ding, a ding, dong, add-on, ding dong. The clock and the bell, and they're always there on the top of the hill where you go to worship.
Yep, and that's your flying saucer right there.
Hot damn it is. There's the bell. That's why they're telling you we're living in a bell. We worship bells, ding dong. Dominus, is that Adam? Yes, it is. Jesus, yes, Jesus. The fire of creation, the halo, halos means salt. You are the salvation of the world, the salt of the earth. Here he is. Here is Apollo and his arrow and his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rays. Funny how it's all 7, isn't it? Samson has 7 braids or rays.
And you know something? Yep. You know something else on your last picture that you had with the spring little thing with the counter space? It had 7 springs above it as well, just like the Naginis have 7 serpents behind them. We got the 7 chakras. They teach us in Hindu mythology that Mount Meru has 7 mountain ranges around it, 7 golden mountain ranges.
Yep, it's all 7. It's the septenary, the serpent, because in your DNA you have hexes and pentagrams, yeah, or pentagons and hexagons. Well, that's serapent. Pent is pentagram, and sera in Greek is hex. So because S and H are interchangeable. So hex, when you say serpent, you're saying herpent or hex pentagram. Okay, it's in your DNA. It's DNA, which is an anagram for and, which is andros, which is man, Andrew, the manly one. Handy Andy, your hand. Remember the hand? It defines you, yeah? Well, it's in your name, andros, but it's also in man. You are a man because you have a mano. So whether you go to the Greek stem or the Latin stem, you still come to the hand that defines you as an andros or a human, with your manipulating, managing, maneuvering, manufacturing hands, man hands, mani in Italian, mani. Here it is. There's Thor in his dome and his thunderdome. That's it. It's a tornado. It's torque. It's torsion, tension. Bro was using the word tension before. There it is. It's same field dynamics. This is the air, okay? Well, in the ether, which if you put W in front of ether, you get weather, because that's where our weather comes from. The ether, a la Tesla, Schallberger, and Reich, and all of these geniuses. So if you see this field modality in the air, you'll see it in the water.
You know something else? The reason I call it tension is because each one of those bowls is a 5 dice creating 10. But as well as that, when we say detention, if you go back to that, you can see that the word tension is the same word as mention or mansion. So when we say mansion, we're saying a tension or a tent. So like when we say dimension, we're saying detention. We're in detention. We're detained in these tents or this tension, a bull or
yes,
yeah.
the tabernacle, as it says in the Hebrew scriptures, the tabernacle of the flesh, the tent. You see, this is our abdomen, abdomen. Yeah, everything's adom, everything. Here is your thorax. 22 bones there, guys. 24 bones there, guys. Thor. There it is, the Meridunda. 33 along the spine. This is telling you the nature of torus fields. This is a torus field birthing, growing, and decaying before your eyes. This is a snapshot, okay? The human is this. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, always. Here are the twins, red and blue, red and blue, red and blue, Dominus, Dominus, Duomo. This means, uomo means man in Italian. Duomo means dome. You see, Adam is the man and he is the church at the same time in one word. And what does Tom mean? Twin. Thomas the twin, because atom means one. So really, atom is being greedy. He's trying to be the number one, when zero, his mahat, his inverse of atum, is trying to tell you that zero in on the zero. Taurus, torso, Torah, tornado, torch, taut, talk, torpedo, torrent, torrid, torture, torment, torpid, torsion, torneo in Spanish, turret, turn, truth, Toruth. The universe is based on one principle, truth, because it's a Toruth, Toth universe. Turmoil, turbulence, turbine, tour, for, tor, terra firma. Terra firma means that the earth doesn't move. And we call it terra firma. Yes, I'm a globie, but I live on terra firma. And what does firma mean? It doesn't move. Apart from to be firm, it means it does not move. Terrible, terrific. How does a good word, bad word get to be a good word? Well, that's wicked, isn't it? That's sick. You see, we're still doing it. The old people, the old generation say, oh, isn't that silly how the youngsters say wicked and it's supposed to be cool? But that's not very good, is it? And they're using terrific to incite, you know, awe and good. And you see, words have everything in them, guys. We don't judge words. We just use them. We don't believe in them. We just know them. I speak Spanish. I've done countless presentations on syncretism on the net for free in Spanish. I've done it in Portuguese, Italian, toured the world presenting in those languages. It works in every language. But I always say that,
Russia too.
sorry?
Russia too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a dynamo. Din, Adam, a dynamo. DNA, Dan.
If all languages come from one source, then we should be able to back to that one source through any language, and all of them together would definitely take us back to the source.
Yes, this is syncretism. You're doing it. You're doing it. You're leading the way. This is what you're doing, you see. Call it whatever you know, integrating, illuminating, elucidating, but it's syncretism, because sync is the opposite to divide. But then again, divide is divine. And this is why it's divine. It's in your DNA. Dan is an anagram for all of these. Donuts. See that? What's this? A donut? Well, what does a donut look like? A hyperboloid torus. And there, the word, no one said, let's call this a donut because it sounds like it looks like it should be, I want to invent a word. It doesn't happen. Nothing has been invented, guys. There's nothing new under the sun. It's all one language. Chinese, I've done this in Chinese, I've done it in Japanese. You should see all the stuff I've uploaded on Japanese. On Japanese syncretism.
You so right about that, because when we say donut, we're saying dos and nut. And those two words been around longer than, you know, the word donut. So we're doubling up nut to create this earth. They even, NASA came out a couple of years ago and said it's a possibility that there are donut worlds in the universe. Donut.
There's more than a possibility. It is. Here's an idea of some of the beautiful syncretisms I've done in Japanese. In Hebrew, daber means to speak. Deborah the prophetess. Well, you can see what's going on. Dabracadabra, yeah. In Spanish, you speak with your. In Italian, you speak. Your lips are your labra. So I'm talking to you now through my Italian lips, labra. And when the Spanish hablar, to speak, Interchange the R with the L, and you'll see it's abra. Because when they are hablando, they are abrando, opening their mouths and speaking with their labra. So in Hebrew, daber is to speak. In Japan, daberu, with a U on the end of it, is to speak, to chat, chitter chatter. If you want a glass of water in Japanese, you ask for mizu. That's the Arabic word for Moses, which means drawn from the water. I can go on. I'll give you 6 million syncretisms in Japanese. I won't bore you right now. Molek, it's the molecule. Yeah, the molecule. Do not put your children through the fires of the molecules. Wise and responsible children. It is not the time to be making big families, but to be, you know, I suppose in dark ages, it's probably advised because you bring children into a dark world. But usually, you know, having progeny is a blessed thing. So read all this, guys. Meditate on this. There's the Bohemian Grove. It's Molech. It's the same shit. Different day.
We're all resonating on a frequency because I was just teaching this same thing. My last stream, I was breaking down how this God Moloch was the root word of molecule. Could you go back one more time to that? I'm gonna make it one more point. Stop. Yeah, that there. See, Moloch and molecule, that's deep because I was studying that God Moloch, and that's the first thing popped on my mind was man, molecule. I said Moloch's cube must became molecule because the molecule is like the cube of Saturn. Is Moloch's cube. We say Bohemian Grove is dedicated to all of this, and the owl is on a step pyramid, and those step pyramids are all over the earth, representing the ripple effect. And the God is always on top of those because the God is the all-seeing eye. This is why we have pulpits. Word of pulpit is pulp. And pull like pulsar and pulse because we pull that pulse from the center of the pulpit. And this is deep because when we say Bohemia, we also see the word Ohim in Bohemia dealing with the Elohim. You can see that in Bohemia. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Of course. Yes. I see words like this. Yeah. And grove is another word.
And one more I forgot. MLK, when we deal with Moloch, or MLK dealing with great men, I think there's a parallel here, but MLK dealing with life-giving liquids such as milk, you know, with that MLK consonant that I see there. This is good stuff. I'm sorry about that, Santos. Go ahead.
No. Those are good. Those are good pickups. Yeah, beautiful. So here we have the transverse wave. This is L. Okay. Radiation, electromagnetic radiation. Ra is evil in Hebrew. Ra, evil. Radiation is radioactive. It's all of those words. Whereas L is, on the other hand, is the frequency of love. How about that? They flip over. You know, one's evil one moment, red, and then and blue's good, and then it flips. Okay, so L is love because it doesn't go the rhotic, which is what this is called. The letter R is a liquid rhotic, sorry, the rhotic liquid, whereas the L is called the lateral liquid. And see, it's flatlining. And this is not as so abrasive as abrasion, which is the root of all this energy, okay? So study, and here's the longitudinal wave. It goes this way. It goes horizontally. It doesn't reach out to go left and right and wave amplitude to create time-space illusions. It wants to stay on the plane. The longitudinal wave is magnetism, guys. This is electricity. Magnetism is spiritual. Electricity is so-called material, matter. Here is the rodent coil. It's a donut, okay? If you put, you can, I haven't bothered to make one of these, but you can do it in about 20 minutes. You get some copper windings. You get this donut that you can buy at the toy stores, and you put 36, get it? 36 nails, 10 degrees apart along the outside of the donut, and then just wind away, and you've got free energy, okay? Simple as that. The donut, here it is, here it is. Motion, look at this word, man. There's no better word than motion and motor. Mot, Ma'at and Taurus fields. She is the mother of Taurus fields, okay? Our mother who art in heaven, Mary Magdalene, the Virgin who is pure, because white and black light do not vibrate. They are not illusory. They're not temporal. They are eternal. Check this out. This will make sense if you meditate on this. Here we go. The first trinity is black and white, guys. It's called magnetodielectricity. Radha is white or gold. Krishna is black, and he's got the tilak separating the two fields of the Taurus halves, the twins. And we're all twins because we have two faces, okay? The face is not symmetrical. Not even Librans have perfect symmetrical faces. And I'll show you some of the effects of the Taurus fields on all of the signs of the zodiac through pictures of people that you recognize, which show you without any doubt whatsoever that yes, Arians are different to Scorpios, who are different to Capricorns, and you can see it, and you can be the master of this. I am. I've done it. It's done. People who don't notice these things notice diddly, 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 diddly squat. Prima materia, there she is. The first matter is white and black, guys. That yin and yang, that's the mother. It's the one. It's the monad. It's the 0. It's the 2. It's the 4. There's all the numbers are there, so-called. 9, there's 69. Well, because that's the symbol of Cancer, right? Because when the sun has to climb from Capricorn down the bottom of the yin, and he's got to climb up, that's 6. And then from Cancer, it's got to wane, that's the 9. So study these elements. This is how it works. Celestial salt, celestial niter. One is fixed, one is volatile. These are the volatiles, the masculine energies, air and fire. The fixed elements, which is the celestial salt, are the feminine earth and water. They produce salt. Mercury is a mixture, earth and water produce salt. Mercury is a mixture of water and air. Okay, this is an interesting element. And then sulfur is, of course, air and fire. How did God destroy Sodom and Gomorrah? With sulfur, with fire. So these are the 3 elements that come from the 4, that come from the 2, that come from the 1. And then you have the secondary trinity. There are always 2 trinities. This is the inferior trinity. This is where Krishna is blue loving, playing his material flute. Over here, you don't see much of that sort of stuff going on when he's black, but definitely when he's blue, he's playing flute. And this is the electromagnetic inferior energy, which we are paying for, guys, through the nose. Okay, once we get rid of this electromagnetic, look at the net here. Mag, net. Interesting. TEM, what's TEM? The transverse mode of electromagnetic radiation is a peculiar electromagnetic field pattern of radiation measured on a plane perpendicular, transverse to the propagation direction of the beam. It's the transverse wave, guys. TEM, okay? There it is. TEM, atom. All is atom. It's red and blue shift. In all motifs of religion, I find this. That's all that's going on. Nothing historical, and yet it is historical because it's embedded in history in everywhere you go. Nowhere you'll go, you won't find Jesus as an archetype in the universe, or Krishna, or whoever you want. You might even make an idol of yourself. Well, you'll find yourself there one day. If you worship that, then I don't know. There you go. Lazul. Lazuli. This is azul, which is blue, which is atsur, the Taurus field. Because even though Tor means red and bull means blue, all right, red and blue, it also flips over, okay, in many languages. I find this, but they're always red and blue. Okay, ish, look at this, is the word for man. Ish, sha, is woman. Ishi, beautified souls. That's Adam. Ish, the fire, the ash. There he is with his chakras, Krishna. Those are the worlds he creates.
Santos.
Yes.
Inside Isha, there is Ish. Ish, Isha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that beautiful, Judith?
Yes, and also when you said woman, woman.
Yes, the womb,
The same.
the womb of man. Okay, there's the discs of creation. There's the lotuses of creation. Lotuses are torus fields, people. Look at the 16 petals here, okay? It's because the blue chakra has 16 petals. That's why laser light, which is just coherent light, has a higher capacitance than a red laser, because you look at how many chakras, how many petals the red chakra has. 4. 4 is foundation. 4 is the root. It's red. Adam means red. Eve means blue. Cain means red. Abel means blue. Isaac means red. Abel means blue. Jacob and Esau. Esau means, red. Jacob means blue. Okay, Esau becomes Edom. Adam, red. All the twins are red and blue, guys. Okay, don't go looking for anything else. That's what theology is. It's all about this science of colors, sound, light. God is light. Here is God, the Father, fire. Here is God, the Mother, warmth. Here is God, the Son, the light of the world. These three are always coexisting. They are never separate. Israel is found in the Trinity of the East. Krishna, Radha, Balaram. Okay, the beautiful ram. Isis, Ra, and Isis is water in its ice solid state. Ra is in its gas rain state. El is when it's in its liquid state. Israel is the trinity of water. It's the trinity of fire, warmth, and light. If you have seen me, you have seen the Father. I am the light of the world. And God sent forth the light into the world, but they recognized it not, for they are living in darkness. You see, because they have the carnal mind. They have not embraced the Christ mind, the Krishna consciousness. Here are all the trinities. Read these ones, meditate on these. You're getting some gems here. This is an unreleased All is Atum presentation, of which I can do trillions of hours. Krishna. Here are the trinities. There it is, red and blue. The atmosphere, the atom sphere. All right, and I'll leave it with that. Here's a beauty. Here's Noah, Nu, the god Nu, in Egypt, and he's got 7 people in his boat. Noah and his 8. It's the 8, guys. I am Atum. Atum is the 1 who becomes the 2, who becomes the 4, who becomes the 8. The 2 to the 8, and then goes. Oh no, sorry, yeah, he's the 4. I'm tired. Yeah, go, bro. I'm just going to flick through these while you talk. It's your turn. Go.
I'm just saying that when Jesus represents the red shift, blue shift, is Satan the God, negative, positive, electro and magnetism, which all emanates from the womb, which is the neutral point. In this case, they give you Jesus in between 2 polarities because he's representing the pole. But when you put red and blue together, you get something called purple. And we know that blue is the bull or the bell. We know red is Ra, but the purple is the womb or the purity, the neutral point. Purple, P-U-R. That's the I gotta be Vogel, but that's the purity, the P-U. We're dealing with purity. We're dealing with the pool. We're dealing with the poo nanny, the pussycat, that purrs because it purrs, and that purring is a vibration. If you get a pet cat, when that cat is vibrating, it's a very low sound, but you can feel it in your gut. It's moving you. Like you can feel a cat's vibration. So that was the reason they looked at cats with the 9 lives and all of that. And that they had the black cat, which became Set, and the word we call reset or reset when we go to that darkness. But that's what Jesus represents. I got more artwork that show you Jesus shaped like the womb. And a lot of male patriarchs assume a position like this to exalt themselves in the throne of the mother. this was called blasphemy at one point when they were having gender wars on earth. And that's something I'm going to be going into. The original wars that were fought on this earth was about, is about the same thing we teaching about. It was about patriarch and matriarch.
Yep, it is. It is. Both should coexist. The matriarch is the law maker. That's where truth comes from. The patriarch is the law defender, and he defends that law. And that's how truth works. They work together. Dan, Adan, right? By the way, Dansi in Japanese means man. Okay, and this is Adam in Spanish, and Nad is also the fourth anagram of this beautiful, beautiful set of D-A-N, N-D-A, A-N-D, N-A-D. If you don't look far enough, you might get many syncretisms with Nad. But if you know your astrology, the nadir is the bottom point. This is where man reaches the nadir. You see, because this word means Adam, the bottom. He is at the bottom. Tom. Okay? And see, this is the rib. Dan, Adam, gives a rib over to Eve. Yeah, even. Now they're even.
You
It's
know
a tunnel.
what? When they talk about woman being created from man's rib, they're really saying that earth was created from man's ripple, the ripple of man. If you think about it, when they casted Satan to the earth, that was their way of starting a new ripple effect. Anytime they're casting some to the earth, they're rewriting history. They're resetting it. Like when they saying we was hit by a comet or we was hit by a meteor, they're resetting history, deceiving you. When they talk about Satan, the fallen angel, they was doing it back then because the original object that made contact with the face of the deep and caused the ripples was the voice vibration of nature. It was not Satan being casted to the earth. It was not the rise of Narmer or any of that. But yeah, I think this is interesting though, Santos.
Yeah, brother. What you just said there is quite telling too, of course, because if you understand one great secret, the best thing you could ever acknowledge and know and be cognizant of is that the universe is made of pulses and waves. It's not a duality particle wave universe, as the quantum physicists, the liars. They're trying to make particles matter, a la Newton, Aristotle, who was not a philosopher, the student of Plato. He was a materialist. He was not a transcendentalist. That's when the separation occurred. This is why people get confused with the bad Greek philosophy and the good, because the good is syncretic. It matches everything else. It matches all the modalities of wisdom and all the fields of learning. Whereas from Aristotle onwards, which is what the black nobility use, you know, that all these dark global families like the Farneses and the Borgia and the Orsinis, who own the whole matrix now, or have since Copernicus, who they funded, they give you this Aristotle. They teach Aristotle in the universities. They laugh at Plato. Sure, they give you a bit of Plato and Pythagoras, but you know, they call them vegetarian weirdos who went to Egypt and India to study bullshit about nothing, and they don't recognize that the Christian Greek scriptures are all Platonic. All the church fathers, all the philosophers of every single period of history have said, can't you see that it's all Platonic? It's all Plato. Matthew to Revelation, it's all been done in Plato and better. Okay? And Pythagoras. And better. But the difference is, this is why the great church father Eusebius, or I think it was the other one, what's his name now? Augustine said in his histories there, he said, now I forget the point. But anyway, we'll continue on. So, nada, tunnel, tun, look at that. Tun, all is a tun. See? Yeah, well, that's it. That's what he said. He said the only difference, the reason why Neoplatonism is not going to endure is because it doesn't have a historical savior. Christianity will, but they don't differ in anything at all. Christianity, so-called, which is this new Christianity, which is from Constantine onwards, which is pure bullshit, is totally based on a historical savior, which never came and never will return, and is a hocus pocus, a Ponzi scheme of collecting Peter's pence. That's all it is, which is rooted in the donation of Constantine by Sylvester, his pope. It is the first papal bull of Christianity. That's not Christianity. Okay, that's a desecration of this. Once you historicize Christianity, you make it temporal. You diminish it. It's beyond time. God, people have to understand this. That's why he said they will both endure, but the reason why Christianity is popular for the popular masses, because they're idiots, is because they want a savior. Come and wipe my bum. Yeah, they can't save their own asses. Nada. Nada means sound, guys. Backwards for Adam in Spanish. Okay, and it means nothing in Spanish.
Santos, in Adam, there is dam. Dam is blood, and blood is the DNA.
Yeah,
in Hebrew,
red blood.
Adam,
Red blood, blue blood.
Adam, dam. Yeah.
Yep, red and blue. Red arteries, blue veins. Blue is Venus, veins. Arteries is the one who is skilled, Mars, in all of the arts, the martial arts. Arteries, red. Okay, it's red and blue. It's in the torus field works like this. The heart's not a pump. It's the core of your torso, torus field, and it's electromagnetic. It's pulsing. It's a pulse, wave universe.
That word,
which means there's no matter in it.
I was just going to add on by saying that word NAD, we can see it in natal chart. It just has a T there, but we know we get our natal charts by the movement of the luminaries. So when they say NAD means movement, I also see natal somewhere in there.
Yep. Now what have I got here? The yoga nadis. There you go. You've got nadis or kundalini. I mean, there it is in the nad, kund. Okay, Adam's hiding everywhere, guys. It's everywhere. This presentation is just scratching the surface. You'll have to read that one because I want to get to. Hey, here we go. How about this? Tinnitus, tin-itis, tympanum. Yeah, the ears, tin. All these are tin. Look at this. What's this dome called? Tympanium. Tympanum, tympanium, tympanum. Tympanum. Read that. Tonoscope. Oh, well, if it isn't something to listen to aton. Verbatim. Well, it's the verb, atum. When you say something verbatim, you are saying it as atum would say, wouldn't you? That's why motum is to mutter, is motto, which is the French word for word. Bon mot. You speak with your atom. You speak with your aden. You speak with your labra, abracadabra. Your mouth is atum, backwards. Your tonsils. You know, when you eat your din-dins and it goes down your tongue, past your tonsils, down to your stomach, tom-tom, stomach, your tummy. You put all these din-dins in your tummy or tum, in your anatomy. There you go, dendrites, trees in your brain. Woo, they will be Tories. Timber. Why do you call wood tim? Time. The element of Jupiter. 4. Timmy. I thought Timmy was Kronos, his daddy, Saturn. What's wood, the element of Jupiter, embedded in time, and the element of Jupiter is tin. In astrology, in the West, in the East, it's timber.
And
okay,
And one thing else I wanted to point out is that everything you going over now is stuff that we all should be familiar with, knowing that Chronos, we say it all the time, Father Time, Mother Earth, meaning the movement of the luminaries is give us light, which is line. Remember the Li root, because the horizon is a lie. It's a lie. It's a mirage. So that lie, that line, that light that you're blinded by is what keeps us from seeing the one that's causing the movement, which is hidden. So the darkness is what's making all of those stars move. You know, it's the hidden one that gives that sun movement or that light, which is the second aspect of the creation, because it's birthed from still darkness. Then you got moving light, which is Gale. That's the everything we perceive as reality being birthed upon that canvas or that foundating water. Aqua is for, qua for, but the type of water here is the primordial sea, that darkness behind our eyelids that even allow you to create liquid water, because you can go behind that darkness and create fire, water, wind, and all of the natural elements from darkness. So everything is created from the fifth element, the primordial element, which is pure canvas, darkness. You can create ice, water, fire, all of that. And you know what I mean? So that's one thing I wanted to point out to help us kind of sum up this thing here.
Yeah, beautiful. And time is backward for emit. It's the mitter. It's the emitter. So time, Timmy, Chronos, Father Time, and space, Mama, which is presented in the wave, time and space. It's Timmy and Tommy. Yeah, Tom, he makes the sound of the tom-tom. Here is the tam-tam in China. Here is the dun-dun in Africa. Timbali, Cuba in Cuba. Cymbal, tambourine, timpani in Italy. Trombone, trumpet, dumbek, djembe, drum, strum your guitar. There's Tom and Tor right there. All these words. There's a tenor. What does he do? Look at this damaru. It's Tibetan twin drum. Here we go. We've got a naughty bottom. See, bo is both, and tom is twin. Hence, you're walking on with your bottom. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Guess who gets to discover, quote unquote, the electron? J.J. Thomson. And guess who did the first?
I wanted to point something out with that too. I'm learning when I research like you, Santos, that a lot of the people who discover certain stuff, their name is like, it's either they change the person's name because they can't be born with these names. They doing some kind of ritual, because I get a lot of that too.
Yeah, man. Well, yeah, I see it everywhere. Syncretism opens your mind up to all of this. You miss nothing. You miss nothing. And even when someone teaches you something, because this is it, we're all learning. I'm learning every day. It adds to the syncretism. It's all falling into place. You know, like a confident Swiss watch maker will look at all those hundreds of gears and he'll know exactly tuk, 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 tick, tock, tock, all the parts, and he'll just do it in one breath. Someone else will look at it and will never be able to do anything with it forever and ever and ever and ever, you know, unless they learn the secrets behind it. And the secrets really is the wave. Okay, that's the secret, and we have to understand the wave is a 12ness. It's not a 2ness. Duality is what is deluding us. There is a 12ness or a 13ness about this. There's a 9ness. There's a 27ness about it. This is opening up our eyes to this, guys. These are all transcendental, interacting, interlacing energies. Look at this. Thomas Young, the first double slit experiment. Thomas Young. All right, guys, I'm about, I think we've done a lot. Unless you want me to go on, I can go on all day. But I'm saying I can leave a bit for next time too. I've got some beauties. I've got just such, I mean, look, man speaks a language. It's called an idiom. Yeah, because idiom means atom.
And one thing I wanted to point out about Mr. Thomas and the word idiom is we just can't escape that om. We can't escape that. And then when you was talking earlier about the word both, I think that is just like awesome. I never looked at the words B-O as being synonymous with C-O and D-U and D-O and the duot. You're right, B-O being in both. B-O being in book because you got two sections of the book. So B-O is another word for B-I or binary. That right there is something I needed. That's going to help me tie into a lot of things, especially when we talk about botany, when we talk about our body, which is a pair of left side, right side. It's a both, you know, left brain, right brain creates the body. And when we talk about the bottom of the earth, which is called a bowl, and the bottom is butt tomb. Bottom is butt tomb. So that's the way I look at the Sheol bowl as, and I know that sounds crazy like butt tomb, but think about it. You know, the tomb is the underworld, and the bottom, both tomb, because think about your butt. I mean, you got two cheeks. When you were showing the apple, it's always split just like the body, you know. So I think that's crazy that a lot of stuff we make fun of today was sacred things. For example, the splits of the body we make fun of today. And these are the angles, the sacred geometry of the body. Another one is the middle finger. We shoot each other the birdie and we don't even know why we call it the birdie, because the root word of bird is B-I, dealing with the binary code. But when we shoot the birdie, let me show y'all something. Let me show you something real quick before we get out of here. Everybody do your hands like this. No matter whether you're a midget or a giant, your middle finger is your tallest peak. Your middle finger is always your tallest peak. This is Mount Meru. So when you shoot the birdie, remember the bird is the Holy Ghost. That's the Trinity. That's the peak. That's the all-seeing eye. When you shoot the birdie, your point, your Mount Meru is your middle finger. Your hand, when you hold your hand like this, it shapes like a yoni. It's a diamond. It's a little sword because of this middle finger being that middle pink. And that middle finger, Mount Meru, it's surrounded by 4 continents. So this middle is surrounded by 4 continents. Just like Mount Meru is surrounded by 4 continents. So Mount Meru is the middle finger. When we shooting the birdie, we throwing up Mount Meru. Everything we do as curse was really sacred. So today this is a curse word, but the words that's cursed is really the words that's cures. The word curse is the word cures. All of the curses today are the cures in the ancient world, and all of the cures in the ancient world became today's curses. All of the things that were sacred became the things that scared today, that makes you scared. So sacred became scared, and cures became curses. The word C-U-R is in cure. Is in curve, curse. When you cursive writing, you're writing in your sigil or your sigil nature, which is your signature. Everyone has a unique signature or sigil nature. So when you sign something, you're giving your sign wave. That's when you're writing in the flower of life. That's the curves. The cursive language derives from the flower of life. The curves of the woman became cursed, and they want us all with the phallus, the stiffness, the stiff world. You know, the box is the man, the circle is the woman, but they both are the 360. And I think that's something interesting, but that's really deep, man. This even ties into law, which is something I can't wait to get Santos, I was watching your video you did when you went and owned the courtroom. The media was interviewing you, and it was like a movie, a little documentary. It's called Santos something about you beating the a case that you had. I want to reshare that on the channel as well as watch it with everybody and get you to talk about that, because we can own ourselves in this courtroom. We don't have to be victims of this system. That's something that I think is very important that we need to learn from Santos. But before I turn the mic over, what I was saying earlier about the men's names that's associated with certain concepts. For example, this guy by the name of Petrie. His name is John Petrie or Richard Petrie. And the word Petrie is really pi-tri. So it's dealing with pi. We know pi is phi or five, and tri being a trinity. So Petri dish is pi-tri dish. And the pi-tri, you can see that it's shaped like a pie. And the trinity is the middle point that you drop something in there. That's the pupil. If this was a contact lens, that's where your pupil would be, the fifth point. And this is Saturn because the lens is L. When you say LE, it's really EL. The lens shaped like L, and it's the bulge of Bell. But one thing I want to point out about the Petri dish is when you think of a satellite, you can see that point in the middle, point upward, getting the signal. So when you drop something into this thing, it starts at the center and spreads out evenly. Everything reached the edge at the same time. It's an even race. It's beautiful. Just like a ripple effect in the water. It's all equality, guys. Remember, when you say equal, the word qua is there. Equality is dealing with water. Water is an equalizer, not just liquid water, but the dark waters behind your eyelids that created the liquid water. That's the wave that we build upon. So, keep that in mind. And another one is Alexander Graham Bell discovered the telephone, right? His name, Alex, transmits to Axel, which is the North Pole. When you look at a telephone, you're looking at the sun and moon and the bell in the middle ringing. That's the North Pole. That's the neutral point. You're looking at receiver speaking, electromagnetic, and in the middle, a bell is ringing. That's the Polaris, the bell on top of the Christmas tree. But anyway, Alexander Graham Bell discovered this, and it's shaped like a bell. We know that the gram is the hexagram. So the base of this shaped like the hex when you look at it from the top. But I was getting to all of this in another video. I'm gonna let y'all take over at this time. Yeah, I'm gonna let y'all go.
We see only you, bro.
My bad, y'all. Look at that. Y'all basically thinking of the screen sharing. I forgot that I'm on the Sun and Moon group. I was showing a picture of this telephone. Let me share my screen. If you heard everything I said, you can just tie it into this right here. Alexander Graham Bell created this, and his name actually explains the technology it takes to create it. The axle is the pole. The gram is the hex. The bell is the same concept. It's the same thing. This phone is nut bent over Gale. That's all we looking at. Nut bent over Gale. And you have to dial the number to cause the ringing, the frequency.
So, what is it, the Nazi bell? What is it all about? Nazi bell.
Nazi bell?
Bell, yeah. Nazi.
I never heard of bell, but I'm gonna look it up.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, the Nazi bell.
Yeah.
This is what we call the Vimana. This is the same concept that me and Santos been going over the whole show. This is your mothership, your UFO, Scotty.
Yeah. This is Nazi Bella. Yes.
Yeah, this is nothing but the ripple effect that I keep showing. You see how this look like the same thing? Can you see? So here is the ripple effect. Everyone just trying to recreate it in propaganda to hide the truth. Hitler was trying to go to the North Pole. Whoever controls the North Pole controls the entire earth, because that's where the steering wheel is. If you look at the swastika, it's nothing but Mount Meru. Four corners.
Yes.
And so this whole thing is just the cosmos. Now, the people that submitting this, they submit it as UFO and all of this to keep us away from the truth. Now, the person who submitted this, his name, he was a fisherman. So think about that. It goes back to what me and Santos was saying about the people who make the discoveries aren't real people, because it's a coincidence that a fisherman found this thing. Why would he be a fisherman? Because fish is five, fish. Fish is vision is fishing. When you have vision, you're fishing, because your eyes are looking around to catch something that catch their attention. And that's called fishing or vision. So Jesus fishes, the two fishes is really the two visions above and below that creates the center vision we call earth. So looking up and looking down, like a baby that's being born, looking up at his mama and a mama looking down at him. That's our relationship with the stars. We look up at the stars shining and they look down at us shining. We look up at lights moving, they look down at us human lights moving. They don't see your flesh. The stars above see your aura. So they look at us moving around as lights, just like we look at them moving around as lights.
Yeah, that's what I feel when I picture the stars. That's what I feel, bro. Yes.
Yes, and just like the stars, think about it. We're in the infinite realm. Everybody under the sound of my voice is infinite. You've died and been reborn ever since the beginning. We're infinite. You coming in and out of existence just like the sun and moon. So think about our connection with the stars. We look up at the stars, we see comets come in and out of existence routinely. We see the sun and moon come in and out of existence, eclipse routinely. And as we look up and see the luminaries come in and out of existence, they look down and they see us humans come in and out of existence, having our own eclipses called life and death. The sun and moon has always been there. They have saw you die and be reborn ever since the beginning. The sun and moon and all of the luminaries have been looking down at us, looking at all of our lifetimes. Us having eclipses, just like we look up and see them have eclipses, death and rebirth. We're doing the same thing. I'm running kind of pressed for time. I think this will be kind of a good ending point if everybody want to wrap it up, because I got another show to do. I got a couple of debates, and then I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. But this was like the climax of my day, and we got to continue this, Santos, because man, nothing on flat earth is more powerful than these bills right here. And I'm not being egotistical. I just think this is like the future of flat earth right here.
Agree. Agree. Yes. Yes.
And salutes to you, Judith. Your voice is like this, man, it's just this subtle little voice that's just refreshing. I can tell it. You live by the ocean, and when you speak, I can hear the ocean in your personality.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Much love. Now I can die peacefully. After a night like this, it's a big party for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant evening, really brilliant, really deep, a lot of stuff to think about. And yeah, it'd be great you both come back. Santos, are you there?
Sure am.
Did you hear that? Like, I suppose in a sense, we've been going now. You two have been talking now for 5 hours.
Yeah, it's been good. I think it's enough. I mean, it's we've exhausted the subject and treated it well, and got a lot out of it. So we can, do another one down the track. Thanks,
Well,
guys.
I'm sure that's going to happen. Should we do that after Christmas? Because we've got Christmas coming, haven't we? Next weekend.
Yeah. How about we all bring in the new year together on a panel and we count down together?
Oh, I'd love that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, but hang on, we're all at different times.
Yeah, bring the guitar, please.
Hey.
It's an all dayer.
We're going to have one central person, whoever hosting the show, we got to go by their clock for the countdown, you know.
Well, we can do something. We'll just have to work it out. Both you gentlemen. But it's been brilliant. I so appreciate it. And it's just amazing. And the other amazing thing is, in a sense, is that Bro's like 8 hours behind and Santos is 10 hours ahead. You see what I mean? Like, there's such a difference, and yeah, we're able to do this together.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we're able to make it happen. Do you understand, like, all of the work? I'm starting to look at everything and tie it together, you know, because I could not get in touch with Santos to save my life. If it was up to me and Santos to get in touch with each other, it probably wouldn't happen, because the way me and him move, we're so transient, you know. And Karen, you're the one who said, okay, let me grab his butt, bring him here, and you come here. Now, meet up. Here you go. The woman is the one that was able to, you know, bring it together. And I think that's interesting that it's called a sun and moon group. And you guys are about bringing these personalities together, whether they agree or disagree, but to create something neutral or new. And that's what the sun and moon does. And I might be getting too deep with this, but, you know, hey, it is what it is. I enjoyed y'all, though. And yeah, thanks for having me once again. I know we got to get out of here.
Oh, I very much appreciate you both come to here and talk together. It's amazing. I'm really happy. It's about bringing people together. It's about time, isn't it? The other way is horrible.
It is about time. And let me say one more thing. And I'm speaking for me and Santos here. You guys, we haven't scratched the surface yet with these streams. And I know you like, wow, there's so much information. Well, listen, this is only the tip of the iceberg. We haven't even entered deep into the rabbit hole yet. And I'm speaking for me and Santos with that one. I'm pretty sure he'll agree. We have many more to come that's going to get deeper. So thanks once again to you, Karen.
Oh, well, we have to call it a team effort, don't we? Because without you, it doesn't happen either. So it's a team effort, and you spend all this time talking, you and Santos. I hope people appreciate the effort that you put into this, both of you, when they watch back this video.
They do. You can tell by the views. So there's appreciation there for sure. It's getting out. All right,
well,
guys.
Thank you, Santos. Thank you, bro. Thank you, and everybody else who's been on the panel.
Thank you.
And much respect and much love for both of you. Thank you so much.
Hey, you guys have a good one, and I'll see you
New Year.
New Year's.
Yeah, you've made a date, bro. It'll be New Year's Day for Santos, so hopefully that's okay with him.
Hey, just hit me up. I'm gonna be there, and we're gonna make it happen.
In the middle,
So
yeah.
Or
we just go for. Well, I'll talk to both of you.
I like to say something, please. I hear lately that Christ is consciousness. So I hope everybody get a consciousness and a wonderful life. Namaste. Thank you.
Oh, love you, Judith.
I love all of you guys. Y'all be safe until next time, all right?
Thank you so much. Thank you, bro.
You're welcome, sis.
Take care, guys. Catch you on the next one. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Santos. Big hugs. Oh, just you and me, Judith.
Oh, wow. It's a big, yeah, it's a big present. It's a big present. Wow.
Oh, that was a great hangout. I think we're going to go as well because it's
Bravo,
4:15 in the morning,
Bravo, Karen.
6:15 in the morning for you.
Yeah, wow.
So we have a date made now, New Year's Eve. Bro and Santos New Year's Eve somewhere along the way.
Yes, there is more. Beautiful.
Yeah. Anyway, big flat hug to everybody who lasted the hangout, and thank you very much for those who stayed in the chat room and those who watched it. And we're back on Sunday with Artist and Angel. Just methodologic structures, ancient history, or just finding things that nobody else has found or been interested in. Anyway, thank you, Judith. Thank you to Santos, to Bro, to Win, to Trotters, to Patricia. Who else came on? To FPV. Anyway, good night from me and Judith. Or good morning from me and Judith. Bye then. Say goodbye.
Good night. Namaste.
Yeah, good morning, good evening, good night. Bye, everybody. Thank you very much.